Welcome back to day number 6 of the RAZER C Invitational. You got me, Burger Kim, as your host and as your caster. Well, just maybe for this match number 1. But of course, most importantly, welcoming gamers of all ages and gender. Thank you so much for joining us in the past few days. And right now, we are going to be continuing these super heated matches here in the Invitational. And of course, in case you guys are wondering, the RAZER C Invitational actually features 10 of the top teams from Southeast Asia as they duke it out for the $30,000 US prize pool. What a prize pool! Of course, thank you so much, RAZER, for organizing all of this, paving the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. So it's giving you guys kind of like a glimpse of what is going on. But of course, it is also sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by RAZER by RAZER, by gamers, and for gamers. We'll be opening the Invitational day number 6 of MLBB. We're going to be up for so many exciting games today, but Dengan is also flashing in, of course, the Black Shark V2 Pro. And if you guys want to check it out, do go ahead and check out the RAZER website for more info about the product. And if you want to purchase one, there are so many ways to actually purchase this product. So you can go ahead and check out the website once again, or maybe check out your local stores to be able to purchase one yourself. So Dengan, yesterday we have had like such a turnaround for all of the teams, and I feel like I just have to give our viewers a recap of the current standings actually here in the Invitational. So for Group A, well, without further ado, guys, I mean, I know you guys have been waiting for the Philippines for the longest time. I see actually a lot of Philippines comments in the comment section. So we have Philippines, of course, leading with 4 wins and 0 losses. And for Group B, we have Vietnam currently on top with 6 wins and 2 losses, making them the head for Group B, followed by, of course, Myanmar for Group A, Thailand for Group B, then Cambodia for Group A once again, and Indonesia next up for Group B. So those are the top 6 teams rather. So once again, I'm gonna give you guys a recap: Philippines, Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. So if I wasn't able to call out the region, which means they are on the bottom 2. So Ingen, so far yesterday we've had such a turnaround. Your thoughts actually on the long games that we had yesterday? 27 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Turn around, BK, is an understatement. Let's dive first in the first series. Vietnam sweeping Malaysia with a 2-0. And for the first game, we finally saw again the Fanny core of Joe. Joe was actually the MVP of Game 1, finishing the game with 21-12 in favor of Vietnam. Now, Game 2, Joe once again was the MVP for Vietnam with that link core. The score was 20-29. Actually, it was the first comeback of the day yesterday for Vietnam as they take down Malaysia for a 2-0 sweep. And on the second series, this was such a shocker, BK. It was mind-blowing, unexpected.
My God.
Really. Your thoughts on the second series between Thailand versus Indonesia?
You know, we were actually hyping Thailand up, considering the fact that they had a very, very good run here in the Invitational. Just, sweeping their way to victory most of the time, actually. So we were talking about this like backstage, or well, not backstage, but behind the scenes, that it was going to be a 2-0. Of course, Thailand taking it with a clean sweep, but Indonesia like surprising us. I feel like they heard us, right? Talking backstage. Oh, you know what, Duke? We can also do that. We can also do that 2-0, proving us both wrong, actually. So I was pleasantly surprised. They pulled out a lot of surprise picks yesterday as well. So we've seen a Granger pick yesterday, Granger core. We've also seen Esmeralda winning games. So really,
Esmeralda wins games.
Yeah, Yes, that's for yesterday. So I feel like it might be a different case for today. But let's take a look at these two teams already as we head into the drafting phase, Malaysia and Indonesia. So these two teams, they've actually fought in the same days, but they've never actually gone head to head, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be one of their first times. Two of these regions are actually powerhouses the when it comes to MLBB. So they also know their stuff very well. They've also done ample research because it's already day 6 right now of the invitational. So you have a lot of information about each teams. You know what they can bring out, but of course the conventional or the standard bans here for both Malaysia and Indonesia, the glue, the Selena, as well as the Lancelot, which seems to be the common ban here when you're going up against Indonesia's brand. So it's usually the Hayabusa and the Lancelot taken out. And of course, who could forget the Valentina? That is never going to be open. I feel like it was only open twice. And yeah, a very great run here.
And of course, Malaysia actually coming from a 0-2 the previous series up against Vietnam. And will Indonesia, on the other hand, carry their momentum as they take down a 2-0 clean sweep against the former number one ranking team here in the Group B stages against Thailand? So will Indonesia's momentum bring them up for a 2-0 sweep, or will Malaysia come back from the ashes like what Miss Ayas keeps saying? Like a phoenix, will they be reborn and actually take a 2-0 for themselves here in game 1 between Malaysia versus Indonesia?
Wow, but with that being said, no, Malaysia and Indonesia, they both want to rise from the ashes, or not really from the ashes this time, but want to rise to the top. A lot of comfort picks have been denied already here. So the Fanny, the Cecilia as well, which seems to be a favorite pick here for both teams. Well, he is a ladies' man if you go ahead and check out his lore. So Malaysia, of course, will be starting it out with the Matilda. Yeah, since they mostly go for surprise picks as well, they want to leave the jungler option for the last pick, not revealing too much of what they got. So Malaysia, the Matilda is actually a great pickup here for their side, and Indonesia, of course, answers it out with the Lilia. I feel like it could be a Lilia Lolita here. For Indonesia, I mean, we've seen a lot of picks coming in from them. We've also seen Ka on the Esmeralda yesterday. Fantastic
Yeah.
pickup if they do decide to get this once again. I mean, Goldilocks has been playing this Esmeralda as well, so I feel like it could be an Esmeralda pickup in this first stages of the game. Not unless Malaysia will pick that up right now, because it seems to counter out the Matilda, eating up all its shields. But of course, yeah, who could have forgotten a Mal's Hayabusa? So, wow, these are all comfort picks so far for both of these teams. So I'm going to be expecting uh, one heated performance
Esmeralda.
here for both of these. Yeah,
I
I
want
mean,
to see
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda. Ka, give the fans what they want, Ka. Give us Esmeralda. Please.
I'm not so sure if she'll bring it out right now because there is a number of bursts already, but it is still a pretty solid pick when it comes to the EXP lane. So they can go for the Esmeralda still. Yeah, on this Esmeralda. Spectacular performance yesterday. It was never banned. It was always given to her. She's been playing this yesterday like a boss. So wow, right now, of course, comfort picks like what I said, the Hayabusa, the Matilda, even the Esmeralda here. So these are just comfort picks after comfort picks, and we can definitely expect these two teams to perform very well with this being said, or with these heroes being brought out. So wow, the Brody as well already taken out here, but the Popol Kupa is still pretty much viable here for the side of Malaysia if they want to go that route when it comes to their gold laner. But the Kufra as well, so a center tank here. I mentioned the Popol and Kupa would be good for Malaysia, but of course, yes, I am your coach, so you guys heard me. So taking out the Popol and Koopa out of the equation here for Indonesia, as Malaysia final ban here. They can perhaps target Brand once again, like limit out his heroes. The Ling, Fanny is already taken out. The Hayabusa has already been secured here by Malaysia. So I feel like they might actually go for perhaps I'm thinking they might go for an assassin here for Indonesia. I mean, there is a lot of bursts, so it is going to be difficult. It will actually be difficult for a Paquito to go up against the the Kagura and even the mobility here of the Matilda. So, well, I mean, they can still definitely go for it. They can go for the poquito, but I feel like Indonesia in this case, they will definitely pick up something new here. Maybe a Barrett's or a Bane or maybe a Link, which is still open here, by the way, up for the grabs. First pick here goes to Indonesia, solidifying the CC further by securing in the Lolita. I was actually expecting them to secure this in the first stages of the game, but they, of course, prioritized the Clint instead. So now, Malaysia will. Wow, okay, will they go for the Beatrix? Because it seems like it has been a repeat pick for them. Um, yeah, mint on the Beatrix, so it might actually be the case here for Malaysia. Beatrix on the gold lane, they have enough range. They also have the mobility as well with the high loss and Matilda if they decide to go with this composition.
I like this Hylos and Matilda combination for the side of Malaysia. If you see in the previous games, whenever these two are picked on the same team, they always go for the aggressive start. Especially Malaysia, if you know Malaysia's play style, they're really, really aggressive. So I expect Malaysia to be on the aggressive side, but at the same time, Indonesia, you really can't count Indonesia out as they were able to take down Thailand 2-0 despite long games, 25-minute games. It all burns down to discipline and, of course, proper communication and sets. And they release again the Granger Core. Actually, for the last two previous matches,
Yeah.
it was a Granger Core who won it for their respective teams. So, in the case of Thailand and Singapore, Thailand was the first one who brought out the Granger Core. They won. Then Singapore went for the Granger Core for themselves and ended the game in under 13 minutes, 12 minutes and 55 seconds to be exact. So, good lineup, heated match between Malaysia and Indonesia for their first meeting here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Now, if we will go to the laning phase, Hylos versus Esmeralda, a common XP laner duo, a matchup rather. Who would you side to? Who would you side with rather?
When it comes to the Esmeralda and Hylos, I'm kind of 50-50 when it comes to that. There is the Ring of Order from the Hylos. And as for the Esmeralda, it is naturally tanky. It can sustain um, to a certain point, not unless for the side of Malaysia here, it is going to be Emal who goes in for the gank. So that could be a potential kill here for the EXP lane. So considering how the turtle will be spawning on the top side, it will definitely has to watch out for those possible ganks coming in from side of Malaysia. But for the very first time, actually, Indonesia, I feel like they were inspired by the games yesterday. Um, Twice, a Granger won the game, and yeah, it does have the range. It's also a marksman. So Indonesia is playing with glass cannon heroes here once again. A double marksman setup could be very deadly once again when it comes to the late game. There is no Sicilian, but of course, if you're dealing with two marksmen, that can be actually quite the threat here for Malaysia. But of course, they also got in their comfort picks, so that is pretty much an even ball game for both of these teams. But Indonesia this time relatively around when it comes to the poking stages. It seems to be Indonesia winning this one in the mid side as Brand already got the Little Wanderer, forcing Yamichi even to retreat here, to chunking him down real low. So it is quite a feat here for the side of Indonesia.
It's really, really annoying to lane up against Aurelia because in the early stages, will there be a potential first kill here? Nung Kia not in a good position right now. A 4-man rotation for the side of Malaysia as they take down Nung Kia before the 2-minute mark. But on the other hand, Goldilocks continuing to zone out Ka. Ka, will he be able to make plays as the Kagura will recall in the mid lane? And as I was mentioning, Lilia is such a hard player to lane up against in the mid lane. That's Sonata here for Brand against Goldilocks. Goldilocks will be forced to back away. But at the same time, see, Lilia doesn't depend on the items. He doesn't depend the power spike coming from the items. He just needs to level up quickly, reach that level 4. And the pokes will always be there despite what item he uses. So it's really, really hard to gang up against Maida right now, especially since Indonesia has the gold lead right now, and of course a good position here in the lower lane. But on the other hand, Yin Yang overturn on Brand as Hayabusa will steal the turtle for the side of Malaysia, and a good save coming here from Yamichi. yeah, good save coming from Yamichi.
Yeah, Malaysia really winning this one, but of course, who could forget Cas Esmeralda just evening it out by taking out Yamichi. But I really love the positioning there of Rain. He really knew who to target, taking out or chucking down a Brand real low, forcing him to retreat. And right after that Yin Yang overturn, it was just Malaysia securing in the positioning there just to get the retribution on point here for Amal. So it is a win for Malaysia, but of course, we can never forget Ka's performance yesterday on this Esmeralda, equalizing right now the kill score by taking down Yamichi, punishing him for being a little bit too deep. But in this early of a game, it is quite too early. It's too early to tell actually who is winning, who is in favor right now, as it is going to really depend on the engages here.
The shadow kill will be casted up against Nonkia, but the Luminous Blast will indeed connect as they bring down Hayabusa in the process, as well as Beatrix's Mint's Beatrix rather. What a good counter set for the side of Indonesia. That Luminum Blast just in time to bring down the Hayabusa, and Clint going right after Beatrix after that flash. What a beautiful flash for the side of Indonesia. 3-1 so far, and of course an almost 2k gold swing for the side of Indonesia because of that 2k kill. Now, early on in the turtle pit, we also have to give credit to Rain Kagura rather, as he was able to cast that yin yang overturn against Brandt's Ranger, which meant that Hayabusa had the opening to get that turtle for themselves despite them lacking the position. So it was really a good part for Rain to zone out and pick out who he has to zone out. So that's really good for the side of Malaysia. But on the other hand, you cannot be too aggressive against Indonesia, because Indonesia is known for turning things around. As you see, the Wiki Shadow kill was indeed casted, bursting out Nonkia in the process, but Nonkia stood his ground and sustainability, along with his efforts to cast that Luminum Blast to turn things around, was indeed impeccable for the side of Indonesia, as they now will take the Lord. Now, this time, it's here for the side of Indonesia. Yin Yang overturn on Rain, but the Death Sonata will indeed bring down Rain. In the process, Malaysia will be forced to back away once again.
Yep, that set up from Nonkia's Numenon Blast. That's really what turned things around here for the side of Indonesia. It was Malaysia actually. Oh my, the Numenon Blast here of Nonkia always catches you off guard. And with this, Indonesia, with the bombs coming in from Meta, they can actually push this mid-side tower, but it is going to be a Maul trying to get a pick off here. But here comes Ka with the Falling Star Moon on point once again. And speaking of Ka, he also got that top tier tower. So it is still Indonesia once again in control of this, despite the fact that Malaysia also got their comfort heroes.
This is why you need a good XP laner for your team. Since Ka was able to take down the tier 1 tower here in the top lane, he was also available and ready to roam around the map. And especially since you're in Esmeralda, they will really rely on your CC as well as your sustainability to actually front the damage taken from the opposing team. So it's really good that he was able to take down the tier 1 tower, focusing on objectives first, and then actually roaming around and helping his teammates to rotate and take objectives. And the lane, as another Falling Star Moon, will be casted here against Goldilocks, but Hayabusa is right there, waiting and baiting Ka to come closer to them, as well as Rain. Will they be able to take down Ka in the process? The Glorious Pathway will be casted. Yin Yang overturn, as well as the Wiki Shadow kill, will do the job. But on the other hand, look at Indonesia, sacrificing Ka in the process in the top lane, but actually taking now the bot lane for themselves. Now, if you're an XP laner, that was actually a win, because despite losing your own life, your team was able to push not one lane but 2 lanes, and is now in a proper position to take down the Lord once again for themselves. So good place for the side of Indonesia, especially with Ka on that Esmeralda.
Ooh, man, I completely forgot how early of a game this was, as Indonesia, it is still the turtle here that is up for grabs, that both teams want to secure. Once again, Brand does get it. Isolated team fights here as Yamichi goes in for the circling eagle, will not be able to connect to anyone. But take a look at Kado on the backside, as well as Rian on this Clint that has been free hitting everyone. And I completely forgot that this was also one of the top choices when it comes to the gold laner. It is the Clint here for the side of Indonesia, already securing in the endless battle and perhaps building up the Malefic. Oh yeah, Malefic Roar. There you go. Already securing it this time, securing in a killing spree as well. So, well, Indonesia, time after time, they just go in for this pickoff, they go in for the clashes, and they are winning.
Yeah, actually, for the side of Malaysia, Yamichi actually casted that Circling Eagle up against Brand, but the zoning capabilities of Nongkia as well as Ka and another Numenum Blast will connect, but will not hit anyone. And I was saying a while ago, the Circling Eagle was indeed casted to isolate Brand in the process, but Ka and Nongkia's zoning and sustainability capabilities was there to actually, force the front line, the damage dealers to back away and in turn killing Hayabusa in the process. Now they're actually taking the resources away from Malaysia despite despite a 5-man rotation for the side of Malaysia. Falling Star Moon will connect again as Brandt will indeed take down Hylos in the process. Indonesia forced to back away as Rian is almost about to die. Hayabusa actually shutting down Rian in the process. That was a bit of an overstay for the side of Indonesia. They did take the tier 1, tier 2 tower here in the bottom lane, but they overstayed there with the red buff. And as another Numenum Blast will connect for Nongkia, but it was not enough to sustain the remaining members of Malaysia. But they will take the tier 2 tower here in the middle lane. So good objective scores for the side of Indonesia despite losing Rian in the process, and now is in another good position to take down the Lord here as we approach the 10-minute mark.
Yep, it is going to be vital here, the Kagura of Rain, to do that yin yang overturn. We've seen them getting the first blood and at the same time catching them off guard. But when Indonesia getting in the lore, they shouldn't be overstaying here. They are kind of overzealous. The fact that they are leading this one with a 6k gold lead, so they are going to be backing away because they definitely need to wait for that lord to pop up. It is not the Luna's lord yet, but it is enough to buy them some time to get in at least the inhibitor towers here, 1 or 2, to be able to do the trick. And with the double marksman setup that they have, it is really quite lethal right now. Let's try and take a look at the items here of Indonesia to take a look at what they have secured. They've secured already the gold lead, so let's see what they have gotten. The Malefic Roar, the Oracle right now for Ka. So it is going to be difficult to burst down the members of Indonesia as well. So you have 2 tanky frontliners, Nokia and Ka. So it will not be easy to penetrate the back lines as the Lord is now marching in the middle lane. Numenum Blast again!
Numenum Blast connecting against 3 members of Malaysia as they take down both inhibitor towers in the mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Yin Yang Overturn will be casted for the side of Malaysia, but Indonesia's sustainability, look at Ka sustaining all the damage taken from Malaysia's side. But on the other hand, that Numenum Blast setup from Nongkia, capturing 3 members in the process. Although they did not kill anyone, they did take down the inhibitor towers in the mid lane and the bottom lane. Good zoning capabilities of that Nongkia, as well as the Falling Star Moon will indeed be casted up against Yamichi as well as the other members. Goldilocks will indeed go down in the hands of Indonesia as they take down the inhibitor tower here. Another Falling Star Moon.
Oh my goodness, Ka! Blast!
Oh my god, Indonesia is not stopping here. They really want to end early. Circling Eagle will indeed be casted, but not enough to deal damage that they want against Indonesia. Ultimates casted over and over again. Oh my god, Indonesia, the aggression and the audacity to do those kinds of plays inside Malaysia's base in the 11th minute mark. Props to you, Indonesia.
Yeah, they definitely want to go in for the aggressive. They have the massive CC here. So, for the side of Malaysia, there is not much CC here. It's only the yin yang overturn here of Rain. And we kind of are not feeling the impact. We're not feeling the impact here of Goldilocks as well as Mint. I'm not so sure. These are comfort picks from them. They have already secured the items, the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Hunter Strike here for Mint, but we are not seeing the impact that we want, or perhaps Malaysia is not seeing the power spike that they want, as Indonesia once again solidifies their grasp on this game by taking in this Luminous Lord and the Winter Truncheon as well for Maida here to buy her some time just in case they get caught in a sticky situation. So Indonesia here, with the gold that they already secured in all the necessary defensive items, all the necessary damage items. But my goodness, I just want to point out how Ka is able to zone out all the members here from Malaysia. Like, Rain is not even able to get the yin yang overturned because of the falling star move here of Ka. Once again, take a look at what he's doing on the bot side. Like, just zoning the members of Malaysia. Really?
Don't forget Unkia's
Yeah, the
Blast,
Numen
and
of Blast as well.
will indeed connect against Beatrix. The Glorious Pathway will be casted, but Matilda will go down in the process. Black Shoes will indeed be casted as he take down Rian in the process. The Lord still going for the base as he takes down. Another win for the side of Indonesia. The momentum keeps going in their favor. Ka, 3 straight games with that Esmeralda as they bring down Malaysia in the process. Good plays for the side of Indonesia. I love their momentum and I love their early on gold swing in the 3-minute mark with that 3-1 kill in the bottom lane. So that's when really things started to turn around. And of course, the combination of the Numenum Blast as well as the Falling Star Moon being casted twice in the same clash and connecting to almost 3 or 4 members against Malaysia. Good plays for the side of Indonesia, but let's see if Malaysia will actually come back from this loss against the momentum of Indonesia.
Yeah, yesterday they were just really crazy when it came to the drafting. Like, they were so creative, and at the same time they got all of their comfort picks here, as well as the setups coming in from Nokia as well as Ka, so well coordinated this time. And it's so nice to see Indonesia actually, they are quite rising up from the ashes. They've had a rough first week, but this time, the second week, they are on fire again. They are really doing so well here in the Invitational. Well, for this week. So yeah, it's a very intense game, but of course that is just the very first game of the RAZER C Invitational 2022, and of course game 1 is in favor of Indonesia. So for you fans out there, for both Indonesia and Malaysia, Indonesia being the underdog this time, let us know in the comment section who you are rooting for, because they need all the cheers that they can get right now. You'll never know what will happen next, but of course, speaking of moments, those moments in esports wherein you get those highlights, those game-changing plays, excite the community that you want to really feel all the hype and energy that we just brought to you. By the way, we want all the best experience, either as a viewer, a player, or even us casters. We want the best experience. And I feel like Dengan has already flashed the Black Shark Pro earlier on. So yeah, guys, do check it out later on to level up your immersion in the game, and of course light up your gameplays as well. So do check it out. We love this so much. We've been using it for weeks right now. So yeah, it is a testament to what RAZER can bring for gamers.
By gamers.
Yeah, we are all gamers here actually. So yeah, very nice one coming in from RAZER. They don't only have like the Black Shark Pro, there is a lot of products coming in from RAZER. So yeah, I mean, I gotta have to say that it is definitely top-notch quality. But of course, we gotta hear it from Miss Aya Esmaria herself, who is sporting these headsets as well. I believe she is ready right now. Let's give a warm round of applause to her. Miss Aya, let's get it.
Thank you so much, BK. That was a beautiful promotion from BK right there, and Ingen. Yes, and I would have to say that these headset, my favorite feature about it is how it is light on the head. That it doesn't have to it feels like I'm wearing nothing. Like I can eat my snack or my dinner and I would forget to take them off because it's just so light and comfortable, even with the long hours of us for of us doing the live broadcast here in the RAZER Invitational. Definitely, that is my number one favorite. And second favorite is it's because it's wireless. And who loves wires nowadays? I mean, we want our setup, our studio to be really organized, and as much as possible, I make sure that my gadgets or peripherals are wireless, because just to make sure everything is so clean right there. And another thing about the RAZER Black Shark, it also has a microphone. If you don't have your own standalone mic, you can definitely use this to call the shots in the game and communicate, or just maybe talk to people over Discord. But yeah, I'm just mind blown with that first match. That's just game number 1 in our first series. Indonesia taking Titans left and right. Indonesia, the underdog, the David and Goliath story. Here we are again. I was actually hoping for them to finish the game in 11 minutes just to break Singapore's record yesterday of 12 minutes and 55 seconds after those long minutes of game time. Like it almost took them 30 minutes per match, but Singapore broke that record, and Indonesia is also on a rush here. Unfortunately, Malaysia haven't risen from the ashes yet, but do not forget that there is still game 2 for our first series, so don't go anywhere. We'll be preparing behind the scenes, and we'll see you back here in the RAZER Invitational 2022.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
And welcome back to the RAZER C Invitational 2022. And our first game in the first series was actually pretty quick, around 12 minutes or 13 minutes tops. And we're back again. Of course, my name's Aya is Maria. We'll be seeing more of Indonesia and Malaysia. So far, Indonesia is showing so much promise because Indonesia was able to beat Thailand yesterday. I think that was yesterday in a clean sweep of 2-0. And earlier today, Malaysia also takes the fall on our first game for the first series. But let's see if Malaysia will still continue to rise from the ashes like a phoenix in our game number 2. So without any further ado, guys, let's see if they will end in a clean sweep again, Indonesia ending with a 2-0, or will Malaysia retake their glory back in our second game? Burger Kim and Inga Nation, let's head on to game number 2.
Game number 2 gonna be served right up in just a little bit. And like what Miss Aya mentioned, Malaysia, they still need to kind of rise up from the ashes. They are on the, if I'm not mistaken, it's on the bottom of the food chain. So it's still not too late yet, actually. If they do win the series, it could be a game changer for them. Not really a game changer in terms of the scoreboards, but in terms of uplifting their spirits. So I am looking forward to see more of Malaysia, since a lot of their fans have been rooting for them so far, as well as Indonesia. So by the way, guys, if you are tuned into the live stream, you just tuned in right now, do let us know who you're rooting for. Is it Malaysia or is it Indonesia? Let's go ahead and check it out as they head on to game number 2.
You know I love Cas Esmeralda, but I'm in favor more of a comeback. So Malaysia, if you want your team to win, continue to support them down in the comment section. Hashtag Malaysia comeback. We need Malaysia to come back. I really enjoy comebacks. I love a David and Goliath story, but so far, let's see if Malaysia can actually come back from the devastation of Indonesia. Ka Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's still not being respect band here, considering how Ka already performed very well or very splendidly on this Esmeralda, really smooth. And at the same time, Indonesia also takes out the Lilia, which is actually quite a difficult hero to deal with earlier on for their side, but I feel like they want to open some other things up here. Valentina Selena already taken out here by Malaysia. Already, this is a fact since Indonesia is going to be having the first pick here. So will it be the final ban here of the Lancelot for Malaysia, since that seems to be a repeat ban coming in from them? And as for Indonesia here, maybe perhaps like Matilda, Paquito, a Sicilian to limit out the heroes on the mid side. Not unless they want to secure in that Sicilian early on. They do have the priority pick here, and we all know that Sicilian has been a priority pick here, but it is going to be the Pito. So I feel like Indonesia, perhaps, just perhaps, they might go for the Sicilian. That's why they took out
Oh.
the Paquito. But yeah, man. Gosh, Esmeralda, jeez,
Esmeralda.
finally someone banned it out. There you go. The Lancelot, of course, which Malaysia banned out earlier, meaning these are a lot of heroes up for the grabs here for both teams.
Yeah.
Indonesia already getting their priority pick on the Lancelot. Right now, I feel like Malaysia can perhaps Esmeralda is already out, so they can perhaps get the Phobius. Actually, they can secure the Phobius right now. There is no direct um, shall I say, counter towards the
Counter.
Phobius, so they can go for that actually. But it might be a little bit too early, but it's still a very good pickup up against the Lancelot. So they choose to go for the Eve as well as, of course, the Clint this time being stolen away from Rian. But with that being said, there is also still the Brody and the Popple and Koopa. But of course, yes, the Sicilian. Yeah, I figured that Malaysia was gonna take that in, and there you have it, the Matilda Sicilian combo on the mid lane.
And actually, there's still the Hayabusa and Fanny up for grabs.
Yeah.
So will Malaysia actually take it right now? Or will Indonesia have the chance to ban out the Hayabusa or the Fanny, preventing Malaysia from getting that Fanny? But although, they go for the Kufra instead.
Yeah, this
So-
might actually be setting up for a Fanny. It is already a telltale sign, getting the Eve, getting the crowd control with the Kufra, so perhaps a Fanny. But let's not forget, okay? Let's not forget that there is still the second banning phase. So if Indonesia is wise enough, they can take out the Fanny. Like, lots of early game disadvantage here, especially for the Sicilian here of Meta. So this is the Fanny ban here might come through for Indonesia, as well as the of course the Hayabusa, which seems to be a comfort pick here for Imal. So yeah, there you go. There you have it. Indonesia takes it out, as well as Malaysia, of course, banning out the answer to the Eve. Yuzong, great zoning potential. At the same time, it can reach the backlines here. So great bans here. The Brody, I mentioned this earlier, that can go head to head with the Clint, not unless Indonesia wants to pick up a Beatrix. But Indonesia so wise to take out the two possible options I gave them. It was like Fanny and Hayabusa is open here and will be deadly for the Sicilian. But they can actually go for the Ling here. The Ling pick up, but I feel like Malaysia, they're just gonna go for, of course, the standard. Roger,
fight.
Yeah, they want to fight that fire with fire, and a lot of mobility and sustainability as well, somewhat as compared to a Ling. So a great pickup here for the Roger that can dive, of course, towards the Sicilian, towards the Matilda, but of course Indonesia this time shaking things up as well, going for the Kimi on the gold lane, which is actually a pretty good choice up against the Clint. So this is the first time I'll be seeing that put into play.
Kimmy pick and Show secure the remaining members of Indonesia, but Malaysia, on the other hand, will go for a Khalid. A lot of CC for the side once again for Malaysia. And on the other hand, Indonesia, a lot of isolation plays, especially with that Show. Oh, they also have the CC with that Sicilian. So Indonesia securing here a late game hero, and as we all know it, late game heroes win the game. Unless
We'll
Malaysia
never know that.
pulls out a Singapore and actually finish the game in 12 minutes and 55 seconds. So
Yeah. I actually love how you pointed that out, because it is very much possible here with the lineup of Malaysia. They got the Roger, and if you give the Roger, I mean, I'm not sure if you play the Roger, but if you give it enough space, you give it that snowball effect in the early stages of the game, it can just keep going on and on up until they get the victory here. But I also want to point out the early game advantage here of Malaysia. You mentioned it earlier. It is going to be the Kali that is actually going to the gold lane. So this is Goldilocks Kali that last time he played this, he was also on a rampage, just slicing and dicing the members. There you go, on the full aggressive. But actually, this is quite good for both teams, switching up the roles here a little bit. So Clint, Mint actually goes to the EXP lane, as well as Ka here. So I'm not so sure how that will fare. I feel like it might be better for Malaysia to actually put Khalid on the EXP lane, but I feel like it's more of a keeping Mint on the safe side here. So a little bit of a shake up here, but of course, late game advantage definitely you gotta give it to Indonesia. But as I am talking about the late game, might be too early to talk about that. As Goldilocks once again on this Cal lead on a high and dry emblem with the execute takes down the gold laner here of Indonesia, getting them a slight lead here.
Yes, if you're Indonesia, you can't really afford to give away those pickoffs, especially if you're going up against a Roger. Roger's power spike can also be felt right away. And if you have the Sicilian, you really have to rely on the early spikes then coming from that Sicilian as well as that Lancelot. So we have to give the first 2 minutes, in fact, to the side of Malaysia. Good pickoff, as you mentioned, for Goldilocks there in the gold lane up against that Kimmy. But on the other hand, we see here Cho is now Cho going up against that Clint. And will we see if it will be effective for the side of Indonesia? We know Ka is effective on that Esmeralda, and we know that Ka's really unpredictable and likes to go for the dives, for the initiation. So will he be effective rather this game, as the turtle will now respawn in the 2 minute mark? The very first turtle. No team seems to garner a good position yet, as both roamers trying to get a good position there in the turtle pit. Goldilocks continuing to zone out Kimmy. Kimmy actually having a hard time against this Khalid, this Goldilocks Kali. But on the other hand, Sanguine Claws will connect against Imal. Imal forced to back away as Ka will pull this turtle for the side of Indonesia. But on the other hand, will Malaysia respond as there was no
Real world manipulation.
but real world manipulation will be casted by Rain, and Malaysia gets the first turtle, but Imal is not finished, going right after Brad. But on the other hand, Way of the Dragon,
Way of the Dragon.
but he will not bring down Imal in the process, actually turning things around as Yamichi will get the soul. I will get that good crowd control as Mint will get the kill rather. Sorry.
Yep, a little bit different from what we've seen earlier. Yeah, we did mention the late game. Definitely, you gotta give it to Indonesia. But this is where Malaysia shines. This is the early stages of the game, and they are maximizing it to its fullest. And now, Ka on this show is actually not gonna be that lethal. He's going more on the tanky side. So if you can take a look at his emblem, he actually chose the concussive blast emblem. So that is not gonna be as much damage when you have the Cho on a high and dry, a Cho on a killing spree. So it is very much different. And if you can take a look at the laning phase, it's Mint actually winning this one up against Ka. And on the bot side though, it seems like it is still virtually the same story here for Malaysia. They are winning the lanes. They are also winning on the objective take. So it is still Malaysia in control of the early stages, which is very good for them. I might be speaking too soon as Imal goes down, but take a look at the sustain from Goldilocks as Indonesia now strikes back. But of course, Malaysia gets the tower on the top side. Malaysia still leading this one, Ingan, with a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, it's really hard to burst down Khalid, especially with the quick sand guard. But on the other hand, Indonesia continuing to push the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. Now, if you're Malaysia, you really have to force this game to an early game exit, since there are a lot of late game heroes for the side of Indonesia. There's Kimmy, there's Cecilia. Now, if you're Indonesia, all you have to do is get past the 13th, 14th minute mark, and it will do wonders for your team here in the late game. As Imal going against Ka, the Way of the Dragon was indeed casted, but not enough follow-up to dish damage against Imal, and Imal will get an uncontested turtle for the side of Malaysia. Yamichi continuing to zone out the rest of the members of Indonesia. Tyrant's Revenge will be casted, but will not connect, as both teams will back away, since Malaysia already got the second turtle for their side, increasing the lead down to 1k gold lead for the side of Malaysia.
Yep, and Ka already on this show, you can feel the impact that it has on Malaysia. It is different when he is playing the Esmeralda. But of course, let's take a look at the items here of both Indonesia and Malaysia. Of course, Malaysia building towards their third item, considering the fact that they got they got 2 turtles for this game. So it is going to be faster for them to scale up. But I would also like to take note of the emblems here coming in from the side of Indonesia. You have Maida and Rian on the mystery shop emblem. So it is going to be extra fast for them to get the items that they need. So as you can see, they are actually keeping up here with the members of Malaysia. So it was actually a good call for them to switch out the emblems, considering how fast Malaysia is playing this one. 5 minute mark already. They got in 2 towers as Indonesia is struggling to find that opening, struggling to find the tower takes here. Here comes the real manipulation, circling Eagle, but will not be able to connect as Brad has another plan on the top side. He is able to take that tower as well.
Wave the Dragon will connect against Goldilocks. Maximum charge will do the job to finish off Goldilocks. And you actually mentioned this, that Malaysia has the early game advantage. You predicted that they will dictate the rotation and the pace. And as you see, they rotate with 4 members from the mid lane to the top lane to the bottom lane. So it's really, really easy for Malaysia to rotate as fast as they can, especially since they have a Roger core right now. As Yamichi not in a good position, but the reinforcement coming from Malaysia will make sure Indonesia backs away. And as I was saying, rather, this Imal Roger core was actually a good pick since it farms fast, it can sustain a lot of damage, dish out a lot of damage, but most importantly, it can get away from those CCs, from Maida, from the Way of the Dragon. But on the other hand, here we have Yamichi going in for the zoning capabilities of this Kufra, but not in the position. He will be bursted down by the Lancelot, by Brad and Nonkia, and of course Brad not stopping, going out after him.
Oh my goodness, Goldilocks.
Turn things around, taking down Maida in the process. Not a good game for Maida. 0-1-2 so far. Goldilocks still going right after the ring. Briska not in a good position. Mint continuing to fire away those bullets as Malaysia will bring down another member of Indonesia. Nonkia was overextending there, and it in exchange cost of his own life. What a 1k, an almost 2k gold swing for the side of Malaysia as they take another free turtle for the side of Malaysia.
They are trying to fight this early game fire that Malaysia is putting out right now. They want to extinguish it as fast as possible. But how can you do that? Of course, given that Malaysia has this early game composition, you definitely don't want to do as much clashes as you need. You need to give Maida the space to farm. You need to give Rian also the time to be able to get his items. So I think you're right, actually. It was Nonkia overextending that one. But I feel like they really wanted to get Amal. He was actually really low HP there. So I kind of understand, but at the same time, they might get punished for that one. Nice flicker out there by Khan just to save his life. But Malaysia really want to end this early on. My goodness, their composition really is quite scary here for Indonesia. Yamichi,
Tyrant's
nice
Rage.
Tyrant's Rage on to Maida. My goodness, the aggression, or actually the overzealousness here of Malaysia is just really such a treat to watch, especially if you are a Kufra user. It's not just actually Yamichi here doing that is also Goldilocks. So not just and it's actually 3 of them, like Goldilocks, Yamichi, and Amal. Everyone actually.
Goldilocks still going right after. Good charge and a quick sand guard and Raging Sandstorm to walk away from that potential dot. Imal backing away as well. And as you were saying, that Indonesia really needs to give space to Maida as well as Rian. But how can you give space for your team if the composition of Malaysia has a lot of dive players in Goldilocks, in Yamichi? We can also consider Rain with the real world manipulation. It's really hard, to avoid clashes if Yamichi's aggression along with Goldilocks aggression is showing off early in the game. So it's really hard for Indonesia right now to avoid those clashes. Although Ka gets a Way of the Dragon, good initiation, but the follow-up just can't seem to push through as the sustain coming from Goldilocks. Look at this, 2-on-1 Way of the Dragon, but Goldilocks' life is still there. The quick sand guard has not yet been casted. Sanguine Claws will connect, but not enough to dish damage that Indonesia wants as Malaysia starts this free lord for themselves. Circling Eagle will connect against Mint, but you will be punished for being overzealous as Rian continuing to dish out damage, but not enough. Again, the sustain coming from Goldilocks as well as Yamichi, and the immediate reinforcement coming from Mint as well as Imal. Nongkia having a trouble here, not in a good position. Raging Sandstorm will be casted and
execute.
will do the job to finish off Nongkia, but Brad with an amazing steal, a solo steal for the side of Indonesia, but it will cost
Totally
him
worth
his
it.
own life in the process. Yes, totally worth it. And as you can see, Rian on the other hand pushing the bottom lane for the side of Malaysia. That was a beautiful steal for Brad. Indonesia unfazed by the gold lead, unfazed by the aggression, and Brad really showing his skills, really showing his determination to represent Indonesia in the Southeast Asia RAZER Invitational.
Yeah, Indonesia, it is actually not just Vietnam who has the resiliency here. It is also Indonesia. Fantastic steal coming in from Brad. It was kind of like him saying, you know what, that was totally worth it. Yeah, I died, but it was totally worth the dive. It was totally worth the kill. Take a look at the stickers coming in from Indonesia as well. They are able to convert, and they are actually doing quite well here in the early stages of the game, considering the fact that they were able to get in all the items. But there you go, with the dragon onto Goldilocks, and no answer from Malaysia. Still Indonesia winning this one. Steal from Brand, really. I feel like I cannot understand why
Yes.
Malaysia bans out this Lancelot after all. Brand on this Lancelot. Marvelous work there.
Despite 4 members controlling the Lord Pit, they forgot to zone away the Lancelot. They forgot to zone away Brad. And in return, Indonesia now has the gold lead with 500 gold lead and control over the map, forcing Malaysia to back away and instead defend their inhibitor towers as Ka continues to zone out the remaining members of Malaysia. Indonesia setting up another potential Lord take for their team, as the Lord will respond in 60 seconds, but we cannot count out Malaysia's aggressions. They've been setting up a lot of good plays and sustaining a lot of damage, but the Raging Sandstorm will be expended to walk away. They're really watching out for Ka's Way of the Dragon, since Ka was able to connect with the Way of the Dragon against Goldilocks earlier and killing him in the process. Now, a 5-man rotation will be seen side of Malaysia. Ka not in a good position, but will be easily backing away from a potential death, as Nongkia as well as Rian continuing to push the mid lane. But on the other hand, will we see a potential purple buff clash here? Nongkia not in a good position, will be forced to flicker away, but on the other hand, Way of the Dragon on Yamichi. Yamichi flickers out to safety right now, and Malaysia on the aggression right now. Raging Sandstorm will be casted, a lot of flickers being expended for both teams as Nongkia will go down in the process. Now Malaysia regains map control once again for their respective team, as the Lord will respond in 5 seconds.
The tower takes seem to be favoring the side of Indonesia. But you know what? Indonesia, really, the emblem choice is so smart. The mystery shop, the avarice on Nongkia, although it was a little bit too much there for Nongkia to overstay. Here comes the Lord, but of course, they will
Tyrant's
definitely contest
Rage.
this one. Lots of ultimates thrown in there just to take down Ka, and of course Indonesia knows this very well. Once again, a potential possible steal coming in from Brad, and Malaysia is already anticipating that very well right now. Here comes the Batteries, here comes the Circling Eagle.
Yes, indeed, Malaysia will get the Lord, but if I am Indonesia, I wouldn't be so concerned despite that Luminous Lord going for the opposing team. I have the Kimi, I have the Sicilian, I have the Lancelot as well to clearly clear out the lanes as fast as possible. I'm not expecting an inhibitor turret takedown here for the side of Malaysia, but who knows, because you know Yamichi's been performing really well with that Kufra, actually getting that Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Rage up against that Ka by Cho. And as you can see right now, a potential clash will emerge and pursue here in the bottom lane. Ka not in a good position. Will the Raging? No, Tyrant's Revenge will connect on Ka, but the stun coming from Matilda will do the job. The inhibitor tower on the top lane will fall down for the side of Malaysia, but Indonesia not stopping here, getting all the resources for their respective teams, getting good position here. The purple buff, you really need to take away that purple buff away from that Sicilian, since Sicilian is really an agile player and relying heavily on that purple buff right now. But on the other hand, will Malaysia force a clash right now? They really have to force a clash as we approach the 16-minute mark. That power spike coming from Sicilian as well as that Philly can now be felt, so they really have to finish this early as much as possible.
You know what? I'm kind of confused if Ka or Nokia is the tank here, because if you take a look at Ka's items, it is not the damage choke item, so they are heavily relying on Meta as well as Rian. But of course, these two damage dealers are magic damage, so there is also a lot of radiant armor on the side of Malaysia, so it is not going to be easy to penetrate the back lines. But it seems like Meta is doing well on the Sicilian, already getting the Divine Glaive, and perhaps maybe getting the Necklace of Durans for the last item. So let's see what he'll be building for that last item. But they are doing very well considering how Malaysia was able to pressure them early on. But here comes the Lord, 60-minute mark, and this is the part, Ingen, where both teams, they gotta bait out those ultimates. They know this very well. So whoever pops in the ultimate first, or whoever gets the kill or the pick off, they will definitely have the advantage here on the Lord pit.
Actually, there's a silent killer here for the side of Malaysia. We haven't been mentioning Mint, but Mint is actually standing on a 7-0-3 standing record right now. A lot of good zoning capabilities for Malaysia to actually give Mint the space he needs to dish out the damage without getting damaged himself. So good communication, good playstyle for this side of Malaysia. But right now, this Lord is very vital to both teams. Actually, it's an even playing field right now for Indonesia and Malaysia. Not so much gold lead here for the side of Malaysia, but will Indonesia be able to steal another Lord away from Malaysia, or will Malaysia continue their early on dominance and secure this luminous Lord for themselves?
Yeah, the main problem here of Indonesia, they have the damage dealers here, but at the same time, they have already gotten the Radiant Armor, and at the same time, there is not much tanky heroes. I mean, there are pseudo tanks here, or there are semi-tanks here, which is Ka and Nokia, as compared to Malaysia's solid Goldilocks, and you have the AoE coming in from Rain. So it's not just a Mint here, it is also Rain, but the Tyrant's Rage will not be able to get. Here comes the Circling Eagle as well from the side of Indonesia as they take down Yamichi, as Goldilocks is there to sustain. But here comes the backup from Indonesia. They do get a kill onto Goldilocks, and now Malaysia, with that turnaround with those 2 kills, they are sending Malaysia back to the base despite the fact that they have Meta here. So I feel like this is gonna be Indonesia's lore. They are definitely gonna get this one. Amal is way back there, so they are not able to secure in the lord for themselves, as Indonesia right now still holding on to this game for their very dear life.
That was a very risky play for the side of Malaysia. Yamichi connecting with that Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Range against Nongkia, but the follow-up wasn't there because Nongkia and Barat actually, that Circling Eagle connected against Rain, and they were able to burst down Mint in and Yamichi in the process with that Phantom. Beautiful Phantom execution for the side of Indonesia. And as the Luminous Lord marches on, Raging Sandstorm will be casted for the side of Malaysia. Maximum charge as well. A lot of ults here being dished out, as well as micromanaging plays for both sides. But Yamichi here charging that Tyrant Revenge will not cast it instead, as Malaysia displays discipline, not overextending anymore. They really have to defend this charge coming from Indonesia. Goldilocks not in a good position. The Bat Fist coming from oh my god, the Dragon will connect against Goldilocks, but the Quicksand Guard will do the job to sustain a lot of damage. But on the other hand, Brand here going for Yamichi and Rain. Oh my god! Goldilocks actually turning things around and bursting down Nongkia in the process.
Outplaying everyone.
Continues to go for Barat. The Winter Truncheon will be casted, but not enough to sustain the damage coming from Rain as well as Mint. And now another turn of event for the side of Malaysia. Indonesia got the Lord. They were able to take down 2 inhibitor turrets for their side. But come on, Goldilocks. What a cast of a Quicksand Guard to sustain all the damage and actually go going for the frontline kill, bringing down Nunkia in the process. Brad overextending there with his Lancelot, but Rain, Imal, and Mint's damage was just on point, connecting together as they bring down two members of Indonesia and a potential bring down here in a tier inhibitor tower here in the mid lane. But on the other hand, the Bat's Fist. The Bat Fist coming from Maida is just too much to handle. With the Dragon will protect against Yamichi. Tyrant's
Immortality.
But the immortality will be popped. Yamichi will go down in the process as Malaysia will be forced to back away.
Yep. Now, the biggest problem here for Indonesia is not even Goldilocks. He is just sustaining all the damage. It is actually Rain and Mint, but their superior positioning on these two heroes, the Eve and the Clint, the slows earlier really was enough, or was actually very detrimental to Indonesia. Therefore, they were able to get two pickoffs. We actually thought that it might go downhill for the side of Indonesia. But of course, Malaysia knows their winning condition. This is the time wherein they shine. It is already the 20-minute mark. Maida has already secured in all the items that he needs to be able to dish out damage, despite the fact that Malaysia does have the counter or does have the magic resistance items already. It is going to be crucial for Indonesia here to take down Rain or perhaps Mint. But I feel like when it comes to clashes, you definitely have to take out Rain here on this Eve. It is so difficult to get out of that Squid Game, to get out of that box, as now the Lord will once again be reset here by both of the teams. Very, very disciplined this time.
Look at Rain and Mint. Rain standing in a 309 and Mint 705 for the side of Malaysia, despite Indonesia getting 10 kills for their respective team. Good positioning for the side of Rain and Mint, as the Circling Eagle will connect against Goldilocks, but Nongkia in a bad position right away here. Ka as well, forced to back away. Imal continuing to charge against Ka, but the Bat Fist was just too much to handle for Imal. You can already feel the power spike coming from Rian, as well as Maida with that Sicilian and that Kimi. A while ago, Indonesia had a good position to take this Lord, but now it is Malaysia because of their positioning, because of their setting capabilities, and of course because of their discipline. Yes, a lot of CCs right here, right now, as the Lord will indeed be reset here. Another Clash will pursue her in the mid lane as the Raging Sandstorm will be casted. No casualties so far for both teams, but Indonesia turning things around. That free hit coming from Rian, as well as the Bat Fits coming from Maida. Nongkia not stopping, still going right after Goldilocks, but Goldilocks sustainability is just too much to handle for Nongkia, as Indonesia will try their luck here in another Luminous Lord take. Phantom Execution will be casted, but not connecting, as Mint
look at the damage from Mint
of Rian in the process. Way of the Dragon will connect against Goldilocks, but the Quicksand Guard will be casted to sustain all the damage taken. Real world manipulation, despite the Phantom Execution and Thorn Growth. Rain will go down in the hands of that Lancelot.
The shutdown.
But on the other hand here, Imal trying to go for those kills. Brad not in a good position. Will be taken down by Goldilocks. One member for one member, but Indonesia will have their core be taken away from them in exchange for the mid laner of Malaysia. But the damage output coming from Rian and Maida will force Malaysia to back away so far. 45 seconds here in the respawn time for Brad, and Indonesia still getting good position. They don't want this Lord to slip away from their hands.
Is fearless.
Nongkia is
so fearless.
Yes, as Ka will bring down the creeps here in the bottom lane. Imal continuing to dish damage. Raging Sandstorm will connect against Maida. Goldilocks doing wonders again for the side of Malaysia. Nongkia will be forced to back away as Mint takes another Lord for the side of Malaysia as we approach the 25-minute mark. Yamichi and Goldilocks doing wonders for the side of Malaysia, as that Raging Sandstorm was enough to burst down Maida in the process.
Goldilocks is one of the players here in the Invitational that can actually rock this Khalid. Really, on this execute, he only has the Blade of Heptasis here for the damage. So really, every time he does that Raging Sandstorm, it is always so on point on the crucial members here of Indonesia. The slows really from Raid is just too much. But here comes the Lord as well. But here comes the possible finish from Malaysia, and they go for the GG push as Malaysia equalizes the series with a 1-1 score up against Indonesia. I was actually expecting this to go Indonesia's way. It was the 24-minute mark already. Really, it was Indonesia's time to shine, but the way that they banned the heroes from Indonesia, taking out Cost, signature Esmeralda, and of course at the same time, really containing Maida and Rian here was the key, and there was really no hard CC here. The main problem here from Indonesia to be able to get the pickoffs that they want is you want to get mid, you want to get rain, but how are you able to do so when you have Goldilocks and Yamichi blocking you from reaching the back line? So it is just Malaysia winning with their draft, winning with their range as well. Really, man, it was great. Like for Malaysia to hold it out that long and win up against a Sicilian in the late game, absolutely fantastic. Equalizing the series with Indonesia this time. So wow, all I can say is that we didn't expect that as well.
We did not expect it as well. Indonesia actually known for their late game capabilities, known for their discipline, known for their communications, and turning things around. But that last clash was just so messy for the side of Indonesia. Brad, for example, going for that kill against Rain in exchange for his own life, a jungler for a mid-laner. And on the other hand, that opened up doors for Malaysia to actually be on the aggressive side as Yamichi and of course Goldilocks going right after that Sicilian as they also take down the Luminous Lord. That Raging Sandstorm was enough to bring down the Bat's Fist, to bring down Sicilian in the process, and it was really hard for Indonesia to defend a Luminous Lord in the 24th minute mark with 5 members of Malaysia charging on without Maida, without Sicilian. So I love comebacks, so that was a win for me.
Yeah, man, you love the underdog story, and at the same time, I feel like you believe in second chances. I mean, yeah, that was really a second chance for Malaysia. I didn't mean to put like the double meaning, but okay, if you want to take it that way, then yeah, I guess you believe in second chances. But you know what? Speaking of second chances, speaking of turning things around or getting a better or getting a silver lining in all of this, let's ask Miss Aya as Maria. Do you agree with second, like believing in second chances? Miss Aya, are you still there?
I'm still here. Do I believe in second chances? Well, as long as they try to make up for it, be a better person, and are we talking about the match? I thought we were talking about something else. I'm so sorry. I do believe in second chances, especially here in the RAZER C Invitational for the MLBB division. And Malaysia is a living, breathing testimony that second chances are real, guys. Malaysia indeed rising from the ashes like a phoenix. They are now a full-blown phoenix. Because we've been waiting for that plot twist since the beginning of the series, the beginning of time. Like, I've always wanted to see this. We keep declaring that it's still not over for Malaysia, even though they're going up against a once an underdog turned into a titan themselves. But Indonesia's momentum breaks as they take the fall in game number 2. Actually, I wonder how Indonesia feels right now. Like, they are on a roll for a few days straight, getting those clean sweeps and putting down titans in the powerhouses in the games, and then bam, they've got they fall in the hands of Malaysia just like that. I mean, it's something like a morale that they need to pick up from, something that they need to get up from, like after that game. But again, it's not over. We still are entering the semis now. Everybody walking on eggshells, and maybe the other teams can also have their second chances, just like in life. We'd love to see that, though. We love to see a happy ending for all of you here in the RAZER C Invitational. Whatever happens, win or lose, you guys are winners for us. And speaking of winning and victory, you know, in special occasions in life, if you want to dress to kill, dress to impress, with RAZER Gold, It's a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. It allows you to buy games and in-game purchases and to get more out of your your purchases. So including getting rewarded with the Razer Silver and exclusive game deal. So what are you waiting for? To go and follow Team Razer Facebook page for more details on this. But for the meantime, we are taking a short break. Prepare for game number 1 for match 2. This will be Brunei against Cambodia. Let's go! Another 2 Titans clashing later on. So we'll see you back. Don't go anywhere. And only here on RAZER C Invitational 2022.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Hello, guys, and we're back again for the RAZER C Invitational MLBB division. I think we are now at day 6 again for the MLBB, but a total of 8 days or 9 days so far, and we're gonna be keep going like this until the end of the month. Time check, it's 5:13 in the Philippines. My name is Aya Isberia from the Philippines. Earlier on today, we've got Malaysia and Indonesia end up in a stalemate. So that is a 1-1 from them. And what a comeback from Malaysia indeed against a very, very powerful Indonesia. I mean, what they've shown us the previous matches was insane and unexpected, like an underdog that is rising. But then Indonesia takes the fall from Malaysia. A good retaking on their side. Yet we still have a lot of matches coming out for you guys. Next is, I think is, wait, I was just trying to look at it. Oh, it's Brunei and Cambodia. Yes, that is for the match 2, game number 1. But before anything else, reminding you to don't forget to join our giveaway. We are giving away a RAZER Kishi, a RAZER Hammerhead, and a lot of other RAZER goodies for you. So just go to Team RAZER FB page and comment in one of our posts, who do you think will become the winner for the RAZER C Invitational? And then announcement of the lucky winner will be out on the 27th. Again, that will be on the Team RAZER Facebook page. So don't forget to like and follow so you're always updated on our happenings there. And I know you all are excited for the Brunei and Cambodia matchup. So here we go. Take it away, Burger King and Ingan Nation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Aya Esmaria. Once again, of course, reminding you guys of the giveaway that she mentioned, of course, care of RAZER by gamers and for gamers. So thank you so much for organizing the RAZER C Invitational, as well as giving our players the spotlight to be able to shine, as well as us casters and our hosts as well. So thank you so much for organizing this. But Ingen, right now we are heading on to the second series for today, and it's going to be Brunei and Cambodia. I know we are both smiling backstage, or well, on Discord. We were talking about this because if you guys are wondering why, this is the infamous Johnson Lunox combo. Okay, it is quite popular in Cambodia. So wow, will we be seeing it once again? The Johnson in full throttle this time. So I am so excited to see if they will bring that out. Not unless Brunei will be respecting that. So actually, Ingen, there is a lot of possible combos here for both teams. The Johnson Lunox, sometimes Johnson Kagura, sometimes Johnson Eudora. So it is the surprise factor as well for Cambodia, what they want to bring out. But yeah, I'm gonna be expecting once again gonna be standard bans for both Brunei and Cambodia. Of course, the Selena and the Valentina definitely will not be open, not unless there will be some respective comfort bans like the Johnson. So let's see.
Will Cambodia have enough gas to power through Brunei to a 2-0 sweep, or will Brunei up the price of gas and actually prevent Cambodia from riding Johnson all the way to victory? So I'm laughing because B7, I love how you play Johnson. And of course, Brunei will go with the usual bans, banning Selena in the process. Now Cambodia, I just really love, that Johnson and Lunox combination. They really gave the Philippines a hard time. Philippines had to earn that game, had to earn that win, because no matter what initiations the Philippines does, Johnson always comes riding back away and then just seems to turn things around in favor for Cambodia as they ban the dig.
Yeah, they are banning the Diggy. Obviously, they might bring out the Johnson here, especially since Diggy's reverse time or the ultimate will actually nullify the effects of the Johnson Lunox. So it is kind of foreshadowing right now what Cambodia will bring out. So Cambodia has the first pick here. So I feel like will it be like the standard Valentina? Will it be the standard glue bans here for their side? I mean, knowing the fact that Cambodia also has this Johnson Lunox a possible threat here, so it is just a matter of them really taking their time wisely, thinking if they will take those heroes out. But definitely not gonna be opening Valentina this time, so still, once again, standard bans, very, very OP in our current meta, in our current patch. The Selena and the Valentina glue is still up, by the way, not unless Brunei will ban that out for the last lot. I mean, considering Cambodia here, my goodness, the Johnson Lunox, and of course the Lilia, which seems to be a favorable or a favorite choice of hero when it comes to the mid lane for both teams. So a great ban still for Cambodia, but you gotta gear up for the fact that they might bring out this Johnson Lunox. So now it is just Brunei on a tight spot. Will we take out the Johnson or will we take out the glue? Because I mean, if they take out the Johnson, that is Cambodia definitely picking up the glue, especially since they have the first pick here. So really, what's it gonna be?
Yeah,
Is
that's
it gonna be
actually
the Johnson
the
or the glue?
advantage. Yeah, that's actually the advantage of having comfort heroes that you're known for to play well, despite not it being in the current meta. You really have to
Your team
respect
is
Glue is
those
open.
kinds of heroes, as well as glue is now open. Brunei respecting the capabilities of Cecilia, not just in the late game, but actually in the early game, as we've seen. But they
Your
will
team
make
is picking.
a flex
Oh,
pick
the
right now as
Paquito.
they secure the Paquito for themselves.
Yep. Brunei can definitely pick up the glue right now. It's looking so good, enough to set the members here of Cambodia to a disarray. If they go for this glue, it can definitely split up their composition. Right now, it would be really good if they pick that up. Okay, they're going for the Esmeralda instead, giving or leaving the glue option here for Cambodia to pick up if they decide to go for this. I mean, they are really giving Cambodia here the upper hand. They are giving all the
Your team is picking.
the A tier or the S tier picks here, but of course the Matilda and the Esmeralda going to Brunei still pretty much solid here. But yeah, let's go, the Johnson Luna. I mentioned it.
Vroom! From neutral to gear 1 all the way to gear 6, we will see a D7 Johnson as well as a C-Cat Lunox right away. I'm actually surprised. Now, despite glue still being open, they
No
didn't
one's
push
taking
through with the
it,
glue
right?
anymore.
Oh
Oh,
dear.
but on the other...
Oh dear, they also go for it, right? Like they're like, okay, Cambodia, you're not the only ones who can pull out the trap card here. I definitely have a reverse trap to counter that out. I mean, just in case Brunei does get this Fanny, it is completely OP in this patch right now. We've seen how it performed every time it was open. It is devastating, especially for the earlier stages of the match. It will be very, very difficult to pull this off, especially since there is
Your
also the
team
threat
is
of the Johnson
banning.
here. But of course, they just go for this Brody instead, which means that there is still the Clint open here for the side of Cambodia. The Clint, the Beatrix, as well as the Pobble and Koopa when you're talking about the gold lane. So definitely it is CCAT and D7 on this Johnson and Lunox, which means it solidifies the fact that this is a Lunox mid lane. But I'm actually, you know what, Cambodia really, they are getting the better trade-offs here. Like the Lunox already a direct counter to the Esmeralda. So wow, it is Cambodia so far winning this drafting phase, but Brunei, they really have to limit out the gold laners here. They have already a solid jungler, they have a solid roamer, and now perhaps the threat of someone who can go up against Brunei's gold laner. It's
Your
going to be
team is
Oppo,
banning.
the Kadita. I feel like they're not going to be pulling that one off, so I'm not so sure about that ban coming in from Brunei. But Cambodia, of course, the
Your
jungler
team
options,
is banning.
Lancelot, Hayabusa. I'm not surprised if they take out the Fanny here or perhaps the Ling. So let's see how this will pan out for both Cambodia and Brunei.
I'm actually curious why they banned Kadita as long as
There's already a
there's the
Lunox.
fact that there's glue is also still there. They could have banned glue for the XP lane of Cambodia, but they instead went for Kadita ban. I'm not sure if it's
actually,
a
it
misclick,
does.
but
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a misclick because Kadita is actually a counter to the Johnson strategy, so they can totally go for the Kadita on the mid
Your
lane.
team
So I don't
is
know,
banning.
maybe they misclicked it. They wanted to select the Kadita instead, but
Your
they
team
banned it
is
out. So
picking.
it's a very weird ban coming in from the side of Brunei. I feel like they wanted to pick that up, but of course now, moving forward, of course the Barats here for Cambodia, it will be definitely hard to deal with, especially if you're going up against a Paquito. But I'm liking this also. Brunei, solidifying their reigns. They already have a Brody, so if they pick up this Eve, it is going to be still the front to backline composition. This is what they're known for. But Cambodia, of course, this is the dives that they're known for. This is the combos that they're known for. The Johnson Lunox. But yeah, I feel like you guys should go for the Eve would be really good with their composition, but of course they want to have someone to counter out this threat of D7 and C-Cat, and the Kagura would be a really great burst up against this. So
Your
a
team
great
is
pickup
picking.
for Brunei. Not the Candida, but Kagura would be the next best choice here.
Yes, indeed. As Cam Fury here hovers over this carry, I'm actually curious if Cambodia's baiting Brunei to get that Fanny pick. If they have what, I'm not quite sure what they
Oh,
have in store
wow.
for that Fanny pick, since they didn't ban that Fanny along with that blue. But on the other hand, here two gold laners are being flexed right now as they pick up eventually
Okay.
the Clint. But
Yeah, the
now,
Clint.
who D7? Yes, he predicted this. They will
Yeah.
instead go for the glue. So
It
actually,
was up
you
for
know, if
grabs.
yeah, it was up for grabs. I was curious why Brunei did not ban it, instead banning Kadita. I hope that was a misclick, because I'm not quite sure why would you ban Kadita since they already have the Lunox, the potential goal. Yes, the mid laner here for
Yeah,
the side
it
of
is a
Cambodia.
Fanny.
But yes, oh no,
If they go for it.
Oleh.
Yeah, they love this Olo. So we've seen this in their previous games. They have been. I mean, it's not just Brunei. It's also Laos, if I'm not mistaken, that picks up this Olos frequently. If ever they do decide to go for the Fanny, there is a lot of heroes to contain it. So I feel like a different jungler option, like an Olos, the Barat is already out. So a Bane Olos type of jungler would be really good with this type of composition. But wow, taking
But
a
the
look at how
Baksha,
tanky. Yeah, Basha would also be really good. We've seen some of the teams pull it out here, and it would be great, especially since there is a lot of regen heroes here from the side of Cambodia. The fast rotations coming in from the Basha would be really good. So, I mean, considering that Cambodia already has this Johnson that can drive around the land of Dawn, so okay, they pick up the scaling. They pick up another scaling hero, which is the Olus. Still pretty much very viable as the jungler option here for Brunei. But if you take a look at the composition here, if played out well, Cambodia can execute this early game advantage to their yeah, they can secure in the early game advantage here with this dive composition that they have. And as for Brunei, it is a matter of scaling up, especially since their jungler is in Olus.
yeah, and I actually quite agree with your suggestion there with the Bane. If ever I do get, initiated with that Johnson and Lunox combination, I can easily ult out and maybe use my flicker to walk away. But on the other hand, they still proceed with Haginity's Olus. So this is quite an interesting take for their early game composition right now. But as we head on to the land of the dawn, gold lane matchup first. Your thoughts, BK?
All troops deployed.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if they will bring out the Moskov with the Inspire. It is so painful to go up against a Moskov in the gold lane. So I was anticipating that they get the because they were hovering over the Clint and the Moskov earlier. So I was expecting that the Paquito might go to the EXP lane because it's so flexible, and then the Clint obviously going to the gold lane. Then the Moskov will be the jungler here. But I feel like Brunei, of course, and Cambodia, they know their own limits, they know their own capabilities when it comes to the hero picks, and they definitely Cambodia got the better trade here when it comes to the draft. But of course, you can't deny the fact that Brunei has a lot of damage dealers here as well. I mean, as compared to Cambodia, you got the Johnson, you also got the Glue, and the Paquito as well, who is quite tanky. So for Brunei, it is the firepower, but as for Cambodia, there is enough sustain and firepower as well. So let's see how this will pan out, especially since they are formidable. They are known for this Johnson Lunox combo. So let's see how this will pan out. This is their very first game for this week. So I feel like both teams, they definitely want to perform well here.
Defense for Cambodia and offense for Brunei. But as they say in most games, defense wins championships. But we will see if Brunei push through with an early game push, early game win up against Cambodia. But on the other hand, Brunei has that late game sustainability in the Esmeralda. And as I mentioned a lot of times, Esmeralda wins games. So I'm very, very biased towards that hero. But You just can't contain the D7 and C-Cat combination of this Johnson and Lunox, and actually getting Paquito as their first pick in core. So I think we're both really what do you call this? Leaning towards the side of Cambodia when it comes to the pick composition, but you know you can't just count any other team out, as a 3-man rotation will take down Agility before the 3-minute mark. Another free turtle here for the side of Cambodia with the 3-man rotation. There is no ult yet coming from the Johnson, but the dexterity, versatility, and agileness of their team composition, despite a lot of sustainable heroes right now for Cambodia, just proves to show that proper communication and teamwork can bring down anyone.
Yeah, already getting the early game advantage like what I mentioned. But of course, ATM getting chunked down real low despite the fact that he did the split onto Yum. Nice save there, but at the same time, Cambodia, they got Turtle. They also got the first blood here. And it went to Sion, the jungler here of Cambodia. So that is pretty big right now. Pretty, not yet massive, but pretty big. A great start, a great head start for Cambodia.
Yeah, it even gets bigger since Sion killed the jungler of Brunei. So big is an understatement. That's actually very, very vital to an early game lead here for the side of Cambodia, as C-Cat will take down Kofi in the process here in the bottom lane. Good early rotation for the side of Cambodia. They keep rotating in threes, and now the Johnson barrage has started, but they will engage here with the 3-man rotation for the side of Brunei. C-Cat and D7 forced to back away. Lunox will be forced to pop that ult, but on the other hand, Sion is here right now to strengthen the reinforcement.
Oh, C-Cat and D7 already unleashing what they can do, and C-Cat doesn't even have the items yet to dish out the damage, so it is quite lethal already this early on. So I'm going to be seeing once again the C-Cat D7 rotations. Once again, there you go. He does have C-Cat, and they are going on a field trip, perhaps on the top side, perhaps onto Agility. So let's see where will they land. Okay, it's just them teasing us. Okay, it's just D7. Yeah, let me flex this car. It's, by the way, the epic skin of Johnson. So yeah, it is also providing the side of Cambodia a lot of vision as well. You see how D7 is actually rotating around the map. There comes the land. Fortunately enough, it was Brunei that anticipated that, and they actually it actually bit them back. Right now, as the Yin Yang overturn will connect, as the Order of Brilliance right now is being topped here by C-Cat, as Yung will be forced to retreat right now. Enough to zone away the members of Cambodia. Nice land, but fortunately, Kirin was able to land that Yin Yang overturn as well.
ATM here not in a good position, as D7 and C-Cat combination will connect. Will they be able to? Yeah, they actually took down Agility in the process. Now, if you're Cambodia and specifically ATM, your job here is to actually contain Yum's Esmeralda, actually not let her leave the lane.
Oh,
Falling
yeah,
Star Moon will connect onto Sion, forced to back away right now. But on the other hand here, ATM still going right after Doll. Doll will go down in the process. Wow, that Yin Yang overturn as well as that Falling Star Moon connected. However, Sion was just too agile, and it was enough for him to escape. But on the other hand, ATM here with another solo kill up against Doll. And as I was mentioning, if you're Doll and you're the glue, you really have to contain Esmeralda to her own lane. So
oh my goodness!
Re-engage. The flicker will be expended to avoid a potential death for the side of Brunei. Now, D7 and C-Cat, we keep laughing about this strategy because it actually works and it's actually deadly. Partner it up with an ATM glue and a Fury Clint as well.
There they go again.
Paquito, and we will say something happen right again. D7, C-Cat going after Yum. Yum will go down in the process, but Sion will not stop. Still trying to burst out Doll in the process. Using the flicker, but the Circling Eagle will be casted. Not enough to deal damage, and they will also bring down outplays after outplays. Yes, D7 were rich enough to buy all the gas in the world.
Yeah, they definitely have all the gas money right now because they are leading in terms of gold, 3K at that. So that is a lot of gas for D7. But in this case, we are going to be taking a look at the items here of D7. Already getting in the Dominance Ice and the cooldown boot. So that is going to be a faster cooldown on the ultimates and the skills here of D7. Just really take a look at how wisely Cambodia is playing this D7 4 division. It doesn't even matter if CCAT is there. It's just really disrupting everyone from Brunei, making them hide in the bushes. And there you go, landing onto Yom as he gets taken down once again by D7 and CCAT.
I'm actually wondering now why they proceeded to pick that Esmeralda, because Cambodia is known for that.
They
Johnson
should have
and Lunox
anticipated
combination.
that.
And as you mentioned and keep mentioning, actually, Lunox is one of the best counters against this Esmeralda. And true to point right now, Esmeralda not a good start. 1-2-1 for Yums, Esmeralda, and D7 still controlling the map as Sion will try to force a push here, but D7 goes right at it against Scope. OP will go down. Will they bring down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane? Yes, they will. Amazing re-engagement and initiation for D7 and CCAT.
Oh yeah, D7 is at it again. How do you have so much gas when you don't have the fleeting time? That is my question, really. You must have had that cooldown again onto Hagility, as well as the thumbs up sticker from D7. This is the man of the game, really. The surprise plays from this Johnson. I mean, it's not even meta. I want to say that. It's not even meta. You haven't seen players or you haven't seen much of the pro scene using this, not unless it's a comfort pick. Again, there you go. No fleeting time. Look at Brunei. They're just backing away right after he gets on the car. Really. And it's
Johnson.
Always so on point. It must be so hard to get a license in Cambodia. Jeez, look at how they're driving. Man. Cambodia. Wow.
Oh my, D7. Johnson may not be the meta, but D7 surely is. D7, the man, the myth, the Johnson. Amazing plays. And now he's actually riding once again.
He's doing it again.
At the Lord pit, but unfortunately a misplay there. He actually bumped himself, but no, it was actually set up to take down the first turtle for Cambodia. CCAT finishing that turtle off. Brunei will now be forced to defend their inhibitor towers. Their map awareness, their map control is now in favor of Cambodia. How will Brunei come back after this, as we will see another potential clash here in the bottom lane? All us recognizes that D7 is in driving mode, is forced to use that recall right away.
Yeah, there is just so many zoning heroes here. You have D7, you also have ATM on this crew. It's just a little bit too much for Brunei to handle. So I really was wondering, why didn't it go for the glue pick? Why didn't ban out this Johnson or perhaps a Lunox if they were going for the Esmeralda? So it's really, like what I mentioned, it is Cambodia winning the draft. And right now, these are all their comfort picks. D7 right now is on full throttle, so he could possibly land here on Brunei once again, just in case they go for the re-engage. But here comes D7 onto the back lines as they, oh my goodness, shreds everyone apart. Doesn't even matter if there is a tower there, they just go for it. And you see ATM as well. There's just a lot of isolated clashes and a lot of on-point dives coming in from Brunei.
Johnson on D7 again will hit, will connect despite not having any life. CR will do the cleanup crew job for the side of Cambodia as the GG push is inevitable. Falling Star Moon will connect, but not enough to burst down anyone else. Lunox will be forced to pop that. Oh, but Sion
they can't defend this
right now, still going after Doll. Oh my, D7 will bring Cambodia to the finish line.
The drive to the finish line is the answer here for D7 and CCAT. Although he's the only one who got a silver medal here. He finished second, perhaps. But yeah, overall, really, it was D7's dive with CCAT that was just so on point. And not to mention the rotation, the early game that you gave Sion. I mentioned this, that they gave the first blood to Cambodia. They also gave in all the comfort picks. So I just feel like Brunei, you wanted the Matilda, you wanted the Esmeralda. I get it. These are heroes that do very well in the meta, but you also have to respect here the combos that Cambodia can toss up against you. The Johnson Lunox just shred Yum, even Hajinity apart, so they couldn't even do much really. 18-4 in a dominating fashion. A very, very fast game here between Cambodia and Brunei. 11 minutes and 5 seconds. What a game coming in from the Cambodian team. You gotta give it to them. You gotta give it to D7 and CCAT as well as the entire team. I just want to say it's really difficult to get a driver's license perhaps in Cambodia, because honestly, all those lands, all those full throttles were just, you have to have a certain skill level to be able to do that, right? I mean, have you mastered Johnson? Because I find it difficult, even though they did like adjustment. Right. It's so scary to do the dives, and the fact that they were able to pull this off really is so commendable. But you know, Brunei, next time, perhaps like in the next game, you could perhaps ban out the comfort heroes, or maybe take out OP heroes like the glue. It was also really distracting. It wasn't just the driving; it was also the split coming in from the glue. So. Wow, massive plays coming in from Cambodia, ending this one in a very dominant fashion. But of course, Brunei fans, Cambodian fans, don't be disheartened. We still have one more match, of course. Do let us know who you're rooting for in the comment section. Is it Cambodia? Is it Brunei? But now, Ingen, we are speechless. We are on the edge of our seats, like we are sitting in D7's car. But now we gotta pass back the mic onto Miss Ingen. What do you think about D7's driving, really? It must be really so hard to get the driver's license. Miss Aya is still there? Your thoughts? Oh, she must be riding the car. I don't know.
Well, at least it is finally time for him to pass his license. I mean, we know how he played the first parts of the game in the earlier days of the tournament for the RAZER Invitational. He left a pretty good mark to us, especially Ingen. Like, Ingen has a lot to say to their Johnson, like a lot. But I think it's time for him to get that license. He finally passed, and winning by a landslide, Cambodia, with an 18-4 in just 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes. Could that be our fastest match so far in the RAZER Invitational? Please correct me if I am wrong, but it's very erratic what's happening right now. We have long games, we have really, really quick games, but then I feel like quick games turns out to the teams learning from it, and then the games become a little bit longer because they don't want to do the same mistake as they did, applying whatever they learned, trying to be better at the first game. And this is why the games today are best of 2. That is not yet the end for Brunei, guys. I know Brunei and Cambodia are really, really good teams. We'll see more later on for the Brunei and Cambodia series. This is not yet the end, as we are still diving into game 2 in a little while. But before anything else, has anyone of you wondered or aspired to become the next mobile esports star? And you'd better be ready, because we have the latest in tech for smartphones and even the peripherals to ensure you that you are on top of your game. So how's about cranking up your iOS and Android device with your own RAZER Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? Yes, a gaming controller just for your mobile phone to become the best version of your esports self, or maybe you're just a casual gamer like me. So, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Get yourself a RAZER Kishi Universal Gaming Controller. And the battle continues for Cambodia and Brunei as Game 2 is coming up next. We'll be back for more action from the RAZER Invitational 2022. See you back again in a jiffy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Hello again, guys. Long time no see. It's Maria, your host from the Philippines, is back at it again for match number 2, game 2 for our Cambodia versus Brunei series. So just to give you recap of what went down today, we had Malaysia versus Indonesia in a beautiful, beautiful matchup, which ended them into a stalemate 1-1. And seeing their performances, especially Indonesia's, we kind of didn't expect what went down there, but it also proved that Malaysia just rose from the ashes like a phoenix, and there is more coming from them. And I hope, and I'm hoping that they keep this kind of momentum in the other days for the RAZER C Invitational. But since it's already 6:09 p.m., we are diving on to the second match for the day. Let's not keep you guys waiting. Let's get to know who will prevail between Cambodia versus Brunei. Will we see another clean sweep coming from Cambodia, or will Brunei regain that glory and take that win from them and probably see more of Johnson's driving? So time to take the mic or pass it on to our casters from the Philippines, Burger Kim and Dengan Nation.
Oh, there we go. We got the mic. We both got mics here. Dengan and Burger Kim, once again, you're at your service as your shoutcasters for this second game for the series between Brunei and Cambodia. Earlier, Dengan, it was such a fast game. We've seen D7 and C-Cats, Johnson, Lunong's combo, and I just really wreaked havoc up against Brunei. But your thoughts about that match, really? Will they pull off the same thing, or maybe like something else, like not a Johnson Lunox, maybe like a Johnson Kagura, Johnson Dora that I've seen in ranked games? So I don't know. Cambodia is a really ferocious team to handle right now.
Why fix the things that are working for your team now? If you're Brunei, you really have to ban out either one of them, maybe Johnson or
Johnson,
Lunox, but
definitely.
I'm leaning towards the Johnson ban. But what happens if you ban those respect picks? A lot will open up in the current meta. Like, for example, that blue. I think that Kadita rather was a misclick, so it opened up the blue XP laner for the side of Cambodia. Now, if you're planning to ban that Lunox and Johnson, oh my gosh, a lot of heroes will indeed be open and up for grabs, not just for Cambodia, but also for Brunei. So it's interesting if Brunei will respect that D7 C-Cat Johnson Lunox combination, or will they stick with the current bans of the current meta to seal the deal?
Yeah, this time I think it is going to be Brunei on the blue side, which means they got the advantage of getting the first pick here. So they can actually, well, it can go this way. They can actually take the blue for themselves, ban out the Johnson, maybe ban out some other comfort picks like Sion's Paquito, which seems to be a comfort pick as well for the side of Cambodia. They picked this a couple of times, and I feel like in this case Brunei can use a little bit of the first pick advantage to their leverage right now, since earlier on it was really a lot of they were outdrafted really in the first game, and they were totally countered with that Johnson Lunox combo coming in from Cambodia. So they banned out the Valentina. I was actually gonna say, you know what? If you can't have the Johnson, why not just copy the Johnson, right? They could take the Valentina for themselves. I don't know.
My God.
It can cause so much commotion, right? Like who's driving, right? That is 2 cars going around the map. That is absolutely crazy. I mean, I'm just putting thoughts out there because Valentina, by the way, is never going to be open. Well, at least for today, it seems to be 100% ban rate, as well as the Lancelot that is also taken out here. The possible jungler here for Brunei, but it seems like they also seem to prefer the fighter junglers, the Barats, as well as the Oleh. So these are the heroes that Brunei picks up. Yeah, the Paquito actually would be a great pickup as well for Brunei. I mean, they have the first pick here. You have all the advantage. So, man, just ban out comfort picks here from Cambodia. I would have to say definitely the Johnson. Take it out. It's such a menace. Really, it ended that game so fast, and of course the glue that was opened up earlier. So it is a smart choice here for Brunei. So now, perhaps if they keep the Johnson open, they might have something up their sleeve. Okay, they could have gone the way how the Philippines was able to execute this type of composition, or how they were able to go up against the composition of Johnson Lunox, is the Estes, right? Right after they land, you get caught in that. Yeah, the sustain is there. That's what the Philippines did, right? So they can go that route. Okay, maybe open up the Johnson. Not unless you feel like it is such a threat. Like, I mean, because Cambodia is already setting it up, like taking out the Diggy once again, which means that they are going for this hard CC or these hard dives once again, or even a lot of crowd control skills. This is why they're actually taking the Diggy away to nullify. It totally nullifies all these effects. So Brunei is also a team that is known to pick up the sticky. So yeah, they're just really setting up for, once again, the Johnson Lunox. So Brunei, maybe Selena, keep the Selena open. I mean, you guys got the first pick here, so keep the Selena open, ban out the Johnson, or maybe like pick the Paquito. So there is just so many viable options here for Brunei. They got the first pick. I mean, earlier on they had the second pick. So please use that to your advantage, right? Use that to your advantage. Selena is open right now. Selena,
a lot of open picks right
A lot of
here.
open. Selena,
Yeah, actually, Brunei was
Selena.
trying to set up for that Fanny pick, but Cambodia answers right away with the Fanny
Yeah.
ban for their team.
Yeah, very, very smart, very wise of them this time, both Brunei and Cambodia. And here we go. They are hovering over the possible heroes, but I believe it is definitely going to be a Selena, a great first choice, which has been, by the way, almost 100% banned for today. And right now, it has been opened up. But Cambodia, once again, can solidify their mid lane. I mean, it worked earlier on. And you mentioned you believe in second chances. You also believe in the execution. But they are going to have a little switch up, okay? I mean, yeah, Paquito would be really good here for
They could
their
snag
side. Or
Paquito
maybe
once
even-
again for their side. Yeah.
Yeah, Sion on the Paquito was really fantastic earlier on. There you go, the Paquito Matilda to answer out to the Selena, which is actually the new hero. Yeah, I'm not so sure if that can actually be picked here, but it is quite a surprise factor if ever they do decide to go for that. But it has been released just now, like literally, like 4 p.m. Philippine
Just
time. It was
now.
released. Yeah. The Philippine time, it was just released. I think it's time check. It's 6 p.m. now, so it was released 2 hours ago. So it's definitely not viable. But of course, giving you guys a glimpse of the new hero called Melissa, by the way, which is available right now on the original server. But here you go. Brunei, of course, solidifies their mid lane as well by taking the Selena, taking the Sicilian, and the Clint. So these are heroes, heavy damage output, great early game advantage. So Cambodia, perhaps I'm thinking along the lines of Olivia would be good here. Kagura also would be really good here to check the bushes. Great to go up against the Sicilian as well. So let's see what CCAT will have prepared for us in the second game. I feel like a Kagura would be really
like-
great here.
Yes. I like the pick off of Sicilian securing that late game advantage for the side of Brunei, but Cambodia is known for finishing the game less than 15 minutes, less than 14 minutes, especially since they also have aggressors here with the Matilda and of course their comfort hero Sion.
Paquito, yeah.
Paquito, yes
Oh,
indeed,
no.
and now
Yes.
D7 from stepping on the gas to kicking himself with the way of the dragon, picks off that show. I'm not quite sure if that show will be a roamer or an XP lane, as we saw in the previous series. Cho was actually used as an XP laner with that concussive blast emblem that didn't pan out well for the respective team who used that. And of course, Cambodia will go with the usual bans, limiting the assassin hero pool for the side of Brunei.
Yeah, it is a lot of jungler options here taken out by Cambodia, really respecting Hajinity you're limiting him to taking the Olehs, taking the Bane, taking the Barat. So these are the next viable options. I'm guessing perhaps the Cambodia will take out the Barats here because it would be so good up against the lineup here of Cambodia. So I'm guessing that could potentially be the last ban here of Cambodia, the Barats. But as for Brunei, Cambodia doesn't really have a solid mid lane yet. So maybe the Lilia also take out the
team
gold
is
laner, which
banning.
is the Brody. But Cambodia, I feel like a great ban here would be a Barats. It totally answers out to a lot of
Your
the heroes
team
here,
is
but they
banning.
will go for the Phoebes instead. So yeah, still pretty much great because there is a lot of dashes for the side of Cambodia, so it makes so much sense to take out the Phobias as well. But as for Brunei, limiting the mid laner would be very good for them right now. Someone that really can't go head to head with Cecilion, a Kagura, I'm thinking, a Lunox that they also love using.
Your
But it
team
seems
is
like the
picking.
gold laner is the target here for Brunei as they solidify their bans with the Beatrix.
Phobia's ban, last ban for the side of Cambodia. I'm curious to see why they banned this Phobias. Maybe setting up a potential surprise pick for themselves. But on
Benedetta,
the
but
other hand, yes, Benedetta might be a good option for the side of Cambodia to easily burst out that Selena.
Popol and
Their whole
Kumara,
current
perhaps?
composition actually very, very burstable heroes for the side of Brunei. The Clint, the Sicilian, and the Selena can be easily
Yeah.
taken down by a Benedetta, actually. So, we'll
Yeah,
see
makes sense if
as the
they do
timer
ban out the
ticks.
Phobias. Yeah, but I feel like
My
oh,
God!
they are anticipating the Esmeralda pick here for Cambodia, so they bring out the Dirot. So this still doesn't confirm the fact whether is this a Cho gold lane. I mean, they still need magic damage here because that is 3 physical damage dealers. I would love to say that the Wanman would be so good up against the lineup here of Cambodia. The crossbow of Tang, it is so good up against the melee heroes, but considering that they picked up the Clint, so it is not going to be a viable option if they do go for the Wanman right now. So maybe right now, just maybe, what can their jungler be to go up against the Poquito? I'm thinking not really a Roger, but yeah, Barats. They completely missed this out. I said it is so good up against melee heroes. It is so tanky as well, especially since there are 3 heroes that deal physical damage. So I feel like
Your
the
team
Barats would
is
be really
picking.
good. I mean, Cambodia took out the Phovius instead of the Barats, but I think Brunei is still pretty much getting a good trade here. They have a lot of burst. They also have the sustain. So with how things will pan out, Cambodia gets the Kimi. So, is this a gold lane Kimmy or a mid lane show? Yeah, it could be a mid lane show, a mid lane Matilda. So it is a pos 4 Matilda, it is a pos 5 show, and it is a gold laner Kimmy. That is very good up against this Barrett. So these two teams are just answering it out to each other right now. Like they bring out the Barretts to answer out to the Poquito, and then Cambodia brings out the Kimmy. I love the counter picks from both these teams because everything is on the line for these two as yeah, Cambodia already got a point over Brunei.
It started off with actually a racing game for the side of Cambodia, turned into a chess match here in the drafting phase after counter picks, and counter picks will be selected for the respective teams. But on the other hand, is it the second time you see a Thamos being selected?
Yeah,
in the
we've
post
seen Atamas once, but this is the second time it popped up, right? It popped up in the EXP lane, so not a lot of Tamases that we've seen, but this is definitely not the first time that this has been brought out in the Invitational. So as for the lineups here, it is a little bit different this time. So no Esmeralda, no Uranus. So it is more of these two heroes that are just really close combat, more on the melee. But take a look already. The aggression from this EXP lane is forcing Yum to back away. The vengeance, unfortunately, is not enough. A little bit too overzealous there for the side of Brunei as Cambodia responds with the backup, taking down Yum and getting the first blood.
What a good clash, and another clash here will pursue in the middle lane as Sion will try to go right after Dal. Dal will use that flicker to go away, but D7 with the kicks Kung Fu magic of Show, taking down Kirin in the process there, although Kirin was using his flicker to actually walk away, but Show's savviness was enough to take him down. ATM again going up against Yum here in the bottom lane. Yum there overextending in the first minute, trying to cut the creeps in the top lane, but just couldn't handle the damage of ATM as well as the rotation from Cambodia as D7 still going right after Hajinity. Hajinity having trouble here in his own jungle despite Sicilian over there backing him up. D7 still really aggressive.
Ooh, the
not
top side,
letting
though.
go of Hajinity, but the top side though, what a good kill on Fury, good kill by Kopi there to take away Kimmy. Kimmy's actually giving him a hard time, but on the other hand, Sion sees an opportunity to take down Dal. Dal will disengage safely as another clash will pursue here. Cam and D7 just really being aggressive on Hajinity. Hajinity having a hard time here in his own jungle. D7 not leaving Hajinity on his sights, really sticking to this Barrett as ATM. Abyssal Strike will not continue as the Daytona's Welcome will be casted, but the Circling Eagle will also be casted, but in expense for ATM's life. Sion on the other hand with a good turtle steal for the side of Cambodia, but then again ATM will fall down in the hands of Agility. But there is still an 800k gold lead, or 600k rather, 600 gold lead for the side of Cambodia as they were able to steal the turtle away from Brunei.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned that the Barats is a good pick up against Cambodia's lineup. Their main problem here is going to be Fury on this Kimmy. I mean, considering the fact right now that Fury has to sustain the gold lane, he is not present on the team fight, so it is going to be difficult to actually take down Hajinity. So as you can see, Cambodia actually goes in for Dal, Circling Eagle, as well as the Way of the Dragon from D7. So this roamer as well as this pos 4 from the side of Cambodia, they're saying right now that they can only can only rack the Johnson Lunox combo. They can also rack this Cho Matilda combo that is also quite lethal here for the side of Cambodia, getting 2 kills at that. Yum goes down once again. Unfortunately, it's not a very good run so far when it comes to the Tamas picks. Well, not yet 0, but let's see how Brunei will fare with this Tamas pick.
That chemistry between D7 and CCAT once again showing as they take down Kopi. Sion picking up another kill. Sion standing at 2-0-1, and as I mentioned, CCAT and D7's chemistry, I mean, that Way of the Dragon while Circling Eagle is indeed casted to bring down Selena in the process, but on the other hand, Hajinity will bring down CCAT as well as Kirin will bring down by Sion.
Daytona's welcome
on Paquito, and also the Abyssal Arrow will hit on D7, but D7 will be forced to back away. On the other hand, ATM still has an Abyssal Strike. Will he cast it against Hajinity? Hajinity's Daytona's welcome has indeed been casted, but Yum on the other hand says, no, I can still rock this Tamas despite it not being in the current meta right now. Good pick off for the side of Brunei as they take down 3 members to no casualty for their team.
Yep, Barats and the Tamas make so much sense right after they get the items. The main problem here for Cambodia is the early stages of the game. They have to sustain the gold lane, and at the same time, they have to deal with the Barats here of Hajinity, which is already on a killing spree. So every time he goes in for the Daytona's welcome, all these melee heroes from Cambodia will really have a difficult time dealing with him. I mean, the only counter here for Hajinity is going to be Fury, which is already actually did a switch up here with ATM on the lane. So now it is going to be Fury here on the bot side as Cam and CCAT here looking for a potential pick off onto Hajinity. But let's remember, okay, this is a Matilda Cho, which means that you want to rotate fast, but at the same time, you don't really dish that much damage. I mean, yes, Matilda can dish out pokes, but take a look at the Way of the Dragon here from D7, but Fury also on the back side as D7 will be able to survive that with a slither of health. 2-for-1 trade here as CCAT is the only casualty for Cambodia, and Brunei looking a little bit better this time with this draft.
But did you see Yum sustainability, Way of the Dragon casted, Circling Eagle casted, even the maximum charge casted up against Yum alone, but he was still able to bring down Seacat in that clash. So what an amazing Thamus pick so far for the side of Brunei. Not a good start. He was actually 0-2 for the first 5 minutes, but now turning things around with the 3-3-2 stat line for that Thamus. So wow, Yum. Sorry, I was about to say grab him with the Way of the Dragon will connect against Agility. Daytona's welcome is still there. Circling Eagle will be casted on Agility. Fury continuing to dish out damage as Brunei will be forced to back away. Maximum charge will be casted. Not enough to bring down anyone. No casualties for the side, for both teams rather. But on the other hand here, Yum, as I was saying, Yum continuing to sustain all the damage, all the ults as they try to have a potential pick off here against Seacat. Seacat will be forced to back away, but on the other hand, D7 here, waiting here patiently in the bush. Will he be able to secure a pick off on Yum as the Way of the Dragon will be casted, but the Vengeance will be casted as well to help him back up. The maximum charge will be enough to bring down this Thamus. So far, so good for the side of Cambodia, but Brunei here with a good lead here on the Turtle Pit as they take down the Turtle. Uncontested, Hajunity takes the final kill, final attack, as Sion on the other hand, dropping bars, dropping punches, wombo combo against Koki, but the Circling Eagle will also connect against Kirin, but there, oh my, maximum charge coming from Fury. You mentioned this, that Fury was actually the most vital member of Cambodia, and now he is showing why he is vital. Will the Dragon connect against Agility again. Daytona's welcome is still there, but will not be casted. Fury continuing to dish out damage, but look at the sustainability of Agility eating all those damage output by Fury on the other hand, but Agility still here standing strong, still on the aggressive side, now going right after Fury despite being alone here in the mid lane. How things turn around for both teams. The sustain is the name of the game as Cambodia will bring down the tier 1 tower here in the bot lane. Another potential clash will pursue as they stun Seacat. Daytona's welcome will do the job to finish off Matilda in the process. Agility leading the charge for Brunei as he tries his luck against D7, but Fury is right there to lead his team to victory as Yum on the other hand going a one-on-one clash with Sion. Sion holding his ground as Agility still continues to lead the charge against Brunei. This was actually a good Barat's pick. Despite being the core, despite being the jungler, he's actually the main frontliner for Brunei.
Yeah, so right now the question for Cambodia is, do you want to go up against the Barats or do you want to go up against the Phobias? They're both counters to the draft, especially since these are melee heroes. And speaking of Agility, he already secured in the Radiant Armor, already securing in that Radiant Armor to actually counter out the damage that Fury is popping up. But the Way of the Dragon and the combined attacks here from Cambodia will actually do the trick to take down Agility. But that is a lot of ultimate sprint. And with the way things are going, the only ranged hero here for the side of Cambodia is going to be Fury. So if Fury goes down, really, it is only Seacat left to dish out the magic damage. And that's for the rest. They really have to go near. And when it comes to the range, I have to give it to Brunei. They have the Selena. They also have the Cecilion, which is deadly when it comes to the mid game. But it seems like Dengan, they are going to go in for the engage. Here comes T7 with the Way of the Dragon, but Kirin totally outplaying him. They do get a kill, but Cambodia answers it by taking the Lord. Take a look at how D7 bought so much time for Cambodia to take in an objective.
That was really a worth it gamble for the side of Cambodia. D7 sacrificing his own life for the sake of the Lord, for their team to have the Lord on their side. This is the very first Lord, not yet a Luminous Lord here in the 10-minute mark. But did you see the action of ATM of D7 and Seacat as they zone out the remaining members of Brunei as they take down the Lord for themselves? I mean, come on! A 3-man zoning capability, 3-man zoning one by one, going after the 5 members of Brunei as a potential clash will pursue here in the purple buff of Brunei's side. And of course, as I was saying, Seacat, ATM, D7 going out their way to zone out 5 members despite just being 3. But now the way of
Oh,
the
we have the
dragon will be
dragon.
casted against Agility. Agility nowhere to go, not in a good position despite Kirin's damage output, despite Yum's sustainability. Circling Eagle will be casted against Yum, but not enough to dish the damage that they want. But that was a worth it clash, and so they were able to take down Agility in the process. And the Lord is still marching its way down to the base of Brunei. What a good pickoff for the side of D7. That way of the dragon is what they need to bring down Brunei, despite not having the Johnson-Venus combination. I don't need a car this time. D7 says, I only need my fist, my kicks to do the job as they bring down, as they...
Nah, they're flying this time.
Power
They're flying
here.
this
Yes,
time
they're
with
flying
Seacat.
indeed. But on the other hand, Yumir very aggressive as Kirin dishing out damage. A lot of damage against the combination of D7 and Seacat. Look at the damage output of Kirin so far here early on in the game as we approach the 12-minute mark. Enough to send Cambodia flying back to their base and actually think about, engaging another clash. Maybe it's too early to engage in a clash as that Kirin Cecilion is really too much to handle for them. Sion not in a good position.
Oh no,
here.
Sion.
Kopi and Yum going right after. Abyssal Arrow will not hit, but on the other hand, we see D7 and Seacat going against
Agility.
Daytona's welcome will be casted. The Way of the Dragon has not yet been casted, but will be popped right now. Look at the circling Eagle connects against Kirin Agility. The Way of the Dragon is casted indeed and will bring down Agility in the process. Good 4-man rotation. And on the other hand, Sion is still here, alive, leading the charge in the bottom lane. What a good rotation for the side of Cambodia. They really know who to pick off. They know what to do. And of course, their discipline actually. D7 baited that Daytona's welcome. He has that Wave the Dragon, but he did not cast it since he knows that the Daytona's welcome can actually cancel the Wave the Dragon. So he waited instead for it to be casted. Circling Eagle was there to maintain the stun, and then right after that, Daytona's welcome, the Way of the Dragon does its job and brings down Heginity in the process.
Yeah. But Brunei and Cambodia, I asked this earlier on. Like, does Cambodia want to deal with the Barats, or do they want to deal with the Phobius? And the obvious answer is the Phobius. They took it out, and I agree. I mean, the Barats is difficult to go up against, especially if you're a Paquito jungler. You're these melee type of fighters like the Dirot. One Daytona's welcome, it is detrimental here for the lineup, just like that. Here you go, Abyssal Arrow as well. Sion is the target here, but fortunately enough, there is Seacat for the guiding win on the backside. But take a look at D7 from way back. Gets the kick onto Heginity as the Fury is able to kite all the members from Brunei, forcing them to back away because there is still this lore that they have to take care of. A lot of Divine Glaze, a lot of Malefic Roars here for the side of Cambodia as they look to finish this strong once again. They want to close the series out with a 2-0, but they have to be careful. But take a look at Fury's attacks here. They are penetrating even the tankiest of heroes from the side of Cambodia. But if they overextend, this might be the different case. And there you go. They're going for the finish. Kopi trying his best to actually defend. And here comes Kirin, the only one left in the base. And the timers are here. Agility is up. But take a look. One Punch Man coming in. Not just Aldous, it is also the Paquito of Sion. And they are locking in the base. Agility just trying his best as a wipeout for Brunei once again will seal their fate here in this best out of 2 series, or rather in this series between Brunei and Cambodia, solidifying their grasp once again, their hold here in the RAZER C Invitational. Of course, once again, Sion as this Paquito. We talked about this, Ingen. Paquito to be banned out, or will it be left open? And it was open for Cambodia once again. Sion, the MVP for this game with a 913 KDA on this Paquito. Spectacular performance from everyone. A little bit difficult with the Barats of Heginity, but it actually proved us all wrong when they were able to get the turnaround, to be able to get the pickoffs that they wanted. Therefore, securing this game, of course, not in a dominant fashion, but of course, they got the victory, and of course that is what Cambodia wants for this very series.
Amazing performance indeed for both teams actually. Barat was controlling the early game on despite the early aggression of Matilda and showed the D7 and C-Cat combination, but you just can't count those two out. Those two players rather, D7 and C-Cat, making amazing plays, always catching that Barat, Haginity's Barats. And of course, you can't count out Sion's Paquito. You can't give that man his comfort hero who is currently in the meta. Actually, Brunei had the chance to grab Paquito for themselves, but they instead opted with the first pick to select Selena, which did wonders for them. But it was not enough to bring down the D7 and C-Cat combination. No Gas, no Johnson, no Lunox needed. All we needed is each other as they take down Brunei for a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, 2-0. And this kind of shakes things up in the scoreboard considering Brunei is already in the lower end of the group stages. So it is still a fantastic run. They put up a fight up against Cambodia. So I would say it was still a very, very good run for Brunei, but we can't count them out just yet. They've done really well. They have did their respective counter drafts up against Cambodia, but without the Johnson this time, like what you mentioned, they can also rock this Matilda Cho combination from the side of Cambodia. But of course, right now after the series, it has been a little bit longer than the first game. But right now, we also have to find out the thoughts of Miss Aya about this match. Cambodia closes out with 2-0. What can you say about that, Miss Aya?
Cambodia becoming a force to reckon with here, with or without Johnson. But I really did want to see some Johnson driving in there. But it looks like the change of lineup really did that one for them. Cambodia ending up with a clean sweep here against Brunei. Paquito, our people's champion for today's match. And again, that wraps up our second series for Brunei versus Cambodia. Congratulations, Cambodia, for taking that win with a 2-0 from Brunei. And of course, one of the factors why a lot of teams are this good when it comes to gameplays, it's because of proper communication and shot calling. We know that in every relationship, communication is key. And this is why we have the RAZER Black Shark V2 Pro, and we are taking that esports communication to the next level with its hyper speed wireless connection, hyper clear mic, and noise cancellation. Perfect! Even if you're a streamer like us, or an esports player, or maybe a casual gamer, this is perfect for you. And yeah, personally, I love it because it's light on the head, it's wireless, it's ultra low latency, meaning it's always synced with your games and all that jazz. Thank you so much, RAZER, for the Black Shark V2 Pro. That me and the casters are also using. BK and Ian are loving it as well. And if you want your own RAZER merchandise, don't forget to be part of our giveaway happening on the Team RAZER Facebook page. All you have to do is comment, who do you think will be the grand champions for the RAZER C Invitational? And the announcement of the winners will be mentioned on the 27th, and we'll be giving away a RAZER Kishi controller, a RAZER a Hammerhead Wireless Pro, and other amazing products coming from RAZER for gamers and by gamers. And now we are up to the final series of the day. It's that fast. I didn't even notice it. I was having too much fun. The time flew by. And I know a lot of people are waiting for this. It's Philippines versus Myanmar. The esports action continues from the RAZER C Invitational 2022. So don't go away.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
And we're back for the RAZER C Invitational 2022 MLBB edition. It's already 7:05 p.m. in the Philippines. My name is Aya Maria, and I'll be your host for today. Now we are ready to cap off the matches for our final series, and I think our viewers here from the Philippines has been waiting for this matchup. It's been a while since we see Philippines play again, and they still remain undefeated. Will they retain that title, or that title for the entire series until the end of the night? Actually, this is the angle that I want to find out. If there's going to be some changes, will we see a different ending for the Philippines? Will Myanmar show that kind of prowess to take Philippines down tonight? Let's find out. So here's our casters from the Philippines, Burger Kim and Inga Nation, with the final series, game number 1.
Thank you so much, Miss Aya Maria. Of course, we are heading into our very final game, or rather very final series of today, and what better way to end it with the Philippines and Myanmar this time. And I think, Ingan, our storyline for today is going to be David and Goliath. I mean, earlier we had Cambodia up against Laos, so that was also David and Goliath, because Laos was on the bottom of the food chain, as well as Myanmar. They really need points here in the Invitational. And as for the Philippines, they are the powerhouses with no losses here in the Invitational so far. So this is a team that you guys should watch out for, and this is the team that actually everybody has been waiting for, even in the previous days. So here you guys have it: Philippines up against Myanmar, and Philippines already wasting no time taking out the Fanny that Myanmar loves using as well. If you take a look at the picks here coming in from Myanmar, they can be actually quite unconventional. They can be quite surprising as well. They also love bringing up new heroes, new combinations in their composition. But as for the Philippines, they are also known to bring out something new. The Veil, right? Dengan, I mean, this was quite memorable for you, right?
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
can't count out Myanmar as well. Actually, Philippines and Myanmar are currently standing at first and second place respectively in the Group A
Oh,
stages.
alright.
Actually, Myanmar only losing once, 3 wins to 1 loss, but the Philippines, the tyrant and of course the powerhouse of the Southeast Asia so far with 4 wins and 0 losses. And you mentioned the Philippines actually dishing out surprise picks. The Veil, I love that Veil
Yeah.
pick so much. It set up a lot of amazing clashes in favor, of course, for the Philippines. But then again, Myanmar is actually also like Thailand, one of the powerhouses. So this is actually a heated match, and it's their first time meeting each other. So what a way to end the day with an amazing
Really.
series. Number 1 going up against number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. I thought they were going up against Laos, so I was taking a look back at the stats here. So yes, it is Myanmar. They've only lost a few times. They've lost to Cambodia, obviously. They're both powerhouses. They have been dominating in the series respectively. But Myanmar, they have brought out yeah, I know that Myanmar and Cambodia, they are quite similar when it comes to the meta, their comfort picks. I mean, Myanmar can also rock the Johnson Lunox, if I'm not mistaken, in their region. So it is actually quite popular there. So it makes me wonder, is it so difficult to get that driver's license in your region? Because you guys are very good drivers. Like every time you guys have an impact, it is just such a treat to watch. But with the way the Philippines is banning, I feel like they want to open up some heroes here. Perhaps the glue, not unless Myanmar takes that out. But it is going to be the Cecilian, which means Philippines can open this up with a Paquito, a Matilda, or a glue that is, by the way, super OP when it comes to the EXP lane. But they'll go for the Matilda instead, which means Myanmar, you can definitely take the glue this time. It is a very solid pick. Great way to isolate heroes as well from the side of the Philippines. Instead, I mean, if in case they go for those Clint, we've seen the Clint, the Veil, but yeah, Myanmar answers it out with the Clint and the Lilia for Oh My Jenny.
This actually, the Clint and the Lilia pick is a good pick, but it opens up a Paquito and glue pick for the Philippines.
yeah.
Philippines known for their tanky or rather fighter styles of core with the Barats and the Paquito. So it's really, really good if they get the hands of the Paquito right away. But they also got the glue. So far, a lot of tanky heroes for the side of the Philippines. But on the side of Myanmar, the Clint was actually a good pick-off, since I think Myanmar will go for the gold laner bans if the Philippines will secure a Paquito core.
Yeah, Toshi is one of these one of the players from the Philippines that has had massive experience when it comes to tournaments, when it comes to the professional scene. And I do have to highlight that Myanmar has to watch out for his heroes as well. We've seen him rock a Wanwan, we've seen him bring out the Claude. So these are the heroes that Myanmar has to watch out for when it comes to the second banning phase. But with these two heroes, it already implies what Myanmar has in store for the Philippines. It is obviously a Clint gold laner and a mid lane Lilia. So will they perhaps go for the Lolita this time? Because there are a lot of heroes here. A Lolita would be so good up against the Philippines. But it is going to be the Lancelot instead. Okay, picking that up earlier on, but it is still pretty much good. Phoveus, by the way, is still open here, but I feel like with the glue pickup from the Philippines, it is not going to be viable to pick up that glue just to counter out the Lancelot, right? So Myanmar right now, perhaps the heroes of Toshi could be the target here. Fantastic marksman user. So I would say Myanmar has to really watch out for Toshi here.
Yes, indeed. And surprisingly, Myanmar goes for the Lancelot pick. If I recall correctly, they also tend to go for those kinds of cores, those fighter cores, Bane, the Paquito, the Barats
Your
as well,
team
and
is
Paquito
banning.
will indeed be banned, forcing the Philippines to actually rethink their strategy right away. But since they didn't pick up the Paquito, I think they're prepared not to
I
play
would
that
rather
Paquito
Your
as they
team
ban
is
the
banning.
Yuzhong
and
as
let
well.
the
Yuzhong, a
world
very,
betray
very good
me.
pick for the XP laner, especially since that Black Dragon form can easily, penetrate.
Right.
Despite your frontliners being the most tanky, it doesn't matter if you have the Black Dragon form. So good ban for the side of the Philippines to get that Yuzhong out.
Yeah, the Myanmar right now is limiting the hero pool or the possible heroes here of Choco. We've seen it on the Barats as well. So, but I feel like Philippines will not be bringing that out. We've seen the Barats on Choco. I've actually seen him rock on contemporary picks as well. So I'm not surprised if the Philippines will actually bring it out this time. They have very solid picks here. Dogman on the Matilda.
Your
We also have
team
the
is
Cho, which
banning.
by the way could be a gold laner here. So interesting enough, Philippines already has this sort of dive setup. Hayabusa for the final ban here of Myanmar. Really, really limiting out the hero pool of Choco. But of course, it is not Choco that you have to watch out for here. It is also Toshi. So Myanmar, or Philippines rather, takes
Your
out the
team is
Esmeralda
picking.
to go head to head with this glue. So now, what is gonna be the answer of Myanmar to go up against this glue? I mean, Atamas. I mean, glue is absolutely dominating on the EXP lane right now. So I feel like it should be something different. Ooh, the sun pick here. Oh, this is actually pretty good if they do decide to go for the sun. So lots of doppelgangers to catch you off guard. You also have
Your
the
team
Uranus as
is
well,
picking.
which has been a standard pick as well for Myanmar. So they are going the safer route. But here comes the Philippines. What will or who will their jungler be here? So Lunox, it is going to be the Lunox gold lane for Toshi to go to counter out the Uranus, and they go for the marksman jungler. So today, it is not just yesterday; it is continuing the storyline from yesterday. Wherein
Granger
who
once
started?
again.
Can I just say again who started that Ranger trend? I mean,
It was
I think
Thailand.
it was
Your
Thailand.
team-
Yeah,
Thailand, yeah.
they brought that Granger jungle, showing that it is very much viable right now, and it has done so well actually. The Granger, I feel like it has had a fantastic run, 100% win rate so far. So Philippines, Choco bringing out the Granger and the Lolita. Like what I mentioned earlier, they just picked it up a little bit later now. So Malaysia, or rather Myanmar this time, solidifying their draft with the Lolita. I mentioned it would be good up against the lineup here of the Philippines to catch them off guard with the Numenon Blast. But if you take a look at the lineup, there is just so much dives here from the Philippines. When it comes to the range, it is going to be just Rage and Choco here. But the question is, Myanmar, they have the Clint, they also have the Lilia, and the setups from this Lolita. So the two powerhouses, like what you mentioned, Inga, this is definitely gonna be a heated battle between these two.
Yes, indeed. Such a tanky lineup for both teams so far. Lolita and Uranus for the side of Myanmar, as well as this Cho, Glue, and of course Matilda for the side of the Philippines. A lot of dives, a lot of aggressions. I can't wait to start this match. I'm really expecting a very, very aggressive start for either teams, right? They all have the dive capabilities, they all have the sustain, and of course, they all have the damage. So, what a way to start game one between two powerhouses, the Philippines versus Myanmar, as we enter the land of the dawn. So, first things first, gold lane matchup between the Clint and the Lunox.
I have to say that whenever the Lunox will reach that level 4 power spike, it is going to be difficult or extra difficult actually for the marksman to control this Lunox. It has a lot of mobility. It also has a lot of escape mechanics, the Order of Brilliance, the darkness, the chaos assault. It might be too much for a marksman like Clint to handle. But when it comes to the EXP lane, I would say I would still have to give it to the glue. It is the top ban right now when it comes to ranked games, the higher tier. It has been dominating so far, and with the recent patch, I think the patch was just released 4 p.m. today, so the glue has actually been nerfed. But I mean, even despite the nerfs, it is still very much viable. It has been dubbed as the king of the EXP lane in the recent patch, so you can't take that for nothing, right? But I also would love to point out the heroes here of Rage and Choco. These are new picks. This is actually why I'm a huge fan of teams like Thailand, teams like Indonesia, and the Philippines as well. They are not afraid to rock these unconventional picks, right? I mean, most of the time you want to go in for the comfort or the meta heroes. Obviously, you want to utilize that to its fullest potential. But the Philippines really rocking the Granger jungle and putting the Lunox on the gold lane. So, really, beautiful draft coming in from the Philippines. But I would also have to commend the draft here coming in from Myanmar, the setups that it can have. And I am a huge fan actually of crowd control. I mean, I'm sure you are, Ingen, because you are a Kufer user, like what you mentioned, right? So I'm sure you love these setups, you love these setter tanks as well, like a Lolita. So I'm sure you would love to see this in play.
But you know, I'm actually wondering why Granger works. I mean, I tried Granger. It's really hard. Not so hard to aim that Death Sonata, but if you're going up against agile players, as well as those dive players, now you have to make sure that no one's there to catch you off guard. It's really hard to make those Death Sonata bullets hit, but it seems to work here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. So far, I believe it's 4-0 for the Granger pick is indeed 4-0. Will it be a 5-0 now for Granger? But on the other hand, you cannot discount this combination once again. A Cho and a Matilda. We've seen this in the previous series. D7 and CCAT for the side of what's the team again? I forgot. But you know, D7 CCAT. Yeah, Cambodia's D7 CCAT. They made the Cho and Matilda work. So I believe the Philippines were watching earlier and thought, this might be
taking notes.
A good time. Yes, they're taking notes. Indeed, they took notes for that Granger pick as well as that Cho and Matilda pick. So we will expect a very, very aggressive Philippines here in the early game. Maybe they will try to go for an early game exit as they take down another powerhouse, Myanmar. But for the side of Myanmar, the Lancelot is banned for a lot of reasons. And one of those we've seen a while ago when the Lancelot was able to steal the Lord against 4 opposing members. So that's really a good thing to look out and to watch out right now is for that Lancelot. We know why the Lancelot has been banned. We know why that Clint also dominates the gold lane. So it's pretty much an even matchup for both sides, for both powerhouses rather. And for now, let's just enjoy the game and see who will come up on top between Philippines and Myanmar.
Philippines and Myanmar, the very first time they're going head to head, but already you can feel the tension from these two teams as they aggressively poke at each other. And so far, Rage and Dogman doing pretty well here on the mid side, despite the range that Myanmar has, despite the AoE damage that they have. They are doing pretty well, and I feel like it is going to be a lot of pressure here on the gold lane, as both Myanmar and Philippines knows this very well. They have to take care of their gold laners, as Toshi is almost about to reach that level 4 power spike. Right now he is level 3, so one more level here will actually do the trick. He can be able to take down Gumi in an instant. Well, not in an instant, but actually will be able to kite him pretty well. There's still no items here, but Dogman and Rage knows this very well. They are rotating here to the top side. But the pickup here for Myanmar can actually block into Death Sonata. I completely forgot that Lolita has the shield. Can block all the projectiles that Philippines will actually throw out. Take a look at that. Black just puts up that shield and totally nullifies the bullets coming in from Choco. But let's see how this will pan out as the first turtle right now. Ingen is up for the grabs.
I love this XP lane matchup between Glue and Beno. Beno's Uranus, since no team is rotating in the XP lane, since both can sustain the damage and take in whatever they throw at. But on the other hand, Glue here going right after Oh My Jenny. The Black Shoes is indeed still there. Circling Eagle will be casted against that Black Shoes. Kirk is still hanging on Jenny. Jenny nowhere to go, not in the safe position. Will he be able to get that first blood? Kirk indeed gets that first blood as Docman will disengage, but the Philippines will not stop. Will they be able to try and take away this purple buff rather, away from Peace? Lancelot, they're still trying. Matilda Rage and Kirk still in there trying to go for Benno.
Split
and
once
Black
again.
split once again, but Lunox on the other hand, a solo kill up in the top lane against Gumi. Surprisingly, Lunox, despite not having the range that Clint has, easily bursting down Clint. Amazing solo kill off cam for the side of the Philippines as well.
Yep, they did get the turtle. I mean, it is quite difficult to out-retry a Lancelot. That's what you call it. Like, most of the time, if you play the jungler role and if you have dash heroes like a Benedetta, a Lancelot, it is so easy to actually steal in objectives like the turtle, the Lord. This is why, you know, I really don't want to play as the jungler. I don't know about you. Like, it's so much pressure to actually take in the objectives, whereas Choco is actually playing a marksman jungler here, which we haven't seen for quite some time. But here comes the Way of the Dragon by Docman and Rage. Taken down. Oh my Jenny, no Black Shoes to pop there as the Philippines still on the kill score lead. But take a look at the position here of Myanmar as well. They are looking to take down Toshi. They have to check the bush, but here comes the Thorn Bros as Toshi is able to escape that with the Order of Brilliance. And that is what I mentioned. With a Lunox pick, you can totally escape any sticky situations, which is kind of why I want to categorize the Lunox as an assassin as well. There's so much mobility that makes you question if this is actually a mage, right? If you are a mage, you dish out so much damage, you don't have that much mobility. So Lunox is just one of the heroes that we haven't seen being utilized in the current meta. I mean, it was so popular before, but right now you can only see it be brought out if there's an Esmeralda, if there is a Uranus. But here comes the turtle take.
What an amazing split for Kirk, but Docman will fall in the hands of Myanmar. Kirk still going right after Peace. Peace nowhere to go. Luminum Blast will connect against Matilda, but on the other hand, Toshi trying to burst away Gumi. Granger Choco will fall in the hands of Myanmar as the onslaught continues. P, Black, and Gumi not stopping, still trying to go right after Toshi, and of course Kirk as they take yet another turtle for the side of Myanmar. Those isolated clashes were such in favor for Myanmar. They burst out Docman in the first time, for the first clash. Then they refocused their attack on that Matilda. That Numinum Blast hit perfectly well against that Matilda. And of course, after their frontliners are gone, they focused instead on Choco to bring down the Granger and take the turtle for themselves. So that was a good 2K gold swing for the side of Myanmar as Benno and Kirk continues to poke each other here in the XP lane. Not so much rotation here since both can indeed sustain and dish out damage respectively. So we expect the teams to rotate on the gold lane. See, there's a 3-man rotation already for the side of Myanmar, but the Philippines will also have their own rotation as 4 members of the Philippines are indeed in the top lane right now. They have to protect Toshi, and of course they have to protect Choco. That was a disastrous clash for the side of the Philippines, but then again, Myanmar standing their ground against the dominance of the Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines is doing quite well despite the fact that 2 turtles were taken here by Myanmar. Here comes the Way of the Dragon. And the Order of Brilliance being popped here by Toshi as Gumi once again will fall under the hands of Toshi. Not just a marksman user, but also rocking this Lunox as they will be able to get Black double kill for Toshi. My goodness, the outplays 1 by 1, but Myanmar also knows that the work that needs to be done here as they convert those 2 kills by getting a tower on the mid side. So this kind of opens up the map for Myanmar, and if you take a look at the items of both Philippines and Myanmar, it seems like they are doing quite well, especially since there is a lot of avarice, there is a lot of mystery shop. But look at Oh My Jenny aggressively going in. Way of the Dragon here by Oh My Jenny, and the Order of Brilliance to escape as outplays completely BS in that clash, taking him down. 6-4 is our score. Choco rocking this Lunox on a 4-1-0 KDA, showing us that he he's not just a marksman user. He can definitely pull off this Lunox pick as well.
Too greedy for the side of PS, as what a beautiful outplay for Toshi, but Toshi will indeed fall in the hands of Myanmar. But on the other side, rather, Philippines will take down their first turtle for their team, and they're still going right after Benno. Benno, nowhere to go. A Circling Eagle will connect, but not enough to take down Benno. Now Kirk, not in a good position, will be forced to pop that flicker to evade a potential death. Benno now going right after, leading the charge, leading the front lines, as Black continuing to dish damage against Show. But on the other hand, we see Gumi here will keep... Oh! There was another kill for Toshi. Toshi actually killing Black. What a beautiful solo kill again for the side of the Philippines, as they refocus now on the XP lane, on the bot lane. The 3-on-3 clash will emerge here in the bottom lane. No, both teams decide to disengage, as another pick off will be seen by Toshi. Toshi standing at 5-1-0.
Toshi, while carrying this game in the 8-minute mark, as Choco is still waiting for that power spike on this Ranger. And now let's take a quick look at the items here of the Philippines. Toshi, or rather Choco, already secured in the Hunter Strike and the Brute Force Breastplate. And as for Toshi, there is already the Lightning Truncheon, which explains why he dishes so much damage up against Myanmar. But Myanmar, speaking of, they are winning this. When it comes to the tower takes, they already took in 3, and they are looking to take in the tower on the top side. But the Philippines knows that very well. It seems like they are mirroring what Myanmar is doing here, and this is really what you get when you have two powerhouses going up against each other. They are very objective center. Philippines equalizes the tower takes. Here comes the Wave of the Dragon, but Benno is able to pop in that ultimate. Here comes Rage as well, but PS is just working there on the top side, as Kirk is trying his best to actually save that tower. Will not be able to do so, but here comes the knock up from Dockman. Here comes the Noonan Boss as well, but the split from Kirk is able to evade all of that. Here comes the split. Here comes the attachment to PS, as Kirk once again takes down PS with a complete outplay. Here comes the Philippines with the full-on dives, with the full-on engage, but with the rage of Myanmar, they should be able to back away from this one, not unless they want to go for the engage once again. With the way of the dragon, takes down Black, takes down Benno, and Toshi gets the final kill at that 7-1-1 on this Lunox pick.
Beautifully orchestrated clash for the side of the Philippines, losing Dockman in the process, but killing 3 in exchange for a Cho, and now they take the Lord for themselves. But did you see Kirk there in the play, actually containing PS as well as Gumi with that split, not letting them go despite the Thorn Drones and Phantom Execution being casted. Kirk was just still there, not letting Lancelot get out of the way. That's why they were able to burst it down. Although they lost Stockman, they killed 3 in the process, as well as got a Lord for themselves. Dockman still continuing to zone out and give vision for the Philippines. Another clash will pursue, as the Wave of the Dragon will connect, as well as the Numinum Blast will charge, won't connect, but the split continuing its job, continuing to dish out a lot of CC for the side of the Philippines. Certainly Eagle will indeed be casted, as Choco will bring down Oh My Jenny right here, right now. And the Philippines still going right at it. Kirk going right after Gumi. Cho knocking up 3 right there. Choco dishing out the bullets against Lolita as he takes down Lolita once again. Dogman will die, but for what worth, they take once again 3 players for Myanmar and 2
The Lord
towers,
is still
and
up, by
the
the
Lord
way.
is still there. The Lord is still with us, as Kirk continues to dish damage against TS. Oh My Jenny trying his best to clear out the lanes, as the Philippines will take down the tier 1 tower in the top lane right here. Benno once again will be taken down. Kirk doing wonders for the teams. A lot of dive plays for the side of the Philippines. Wave of the Dragon, split, and of course that Circling Eagle. And to top it all off, Toshi She's 7-1-5 standing. You can already feel the power spike, as well as Choco's 3-1-4 Granger. Philippines dominating the number 2 ranked team here in the Group A stages. What amazing performance, beautifully orchestrated plays, and of course, what a good game.
Yeah, Rage. I would just like to point out that Rage is the pause 4 hero here. Okay, just in case you guys are confused, and Dogman is the one setting up the plays here on this show. So I just like to point that out, just in case you guys are confused with the draft that the Philippines has here. But Kirk once again with split here is forced to back away, but Dogman with the way of the dragon takes down Black. And without any setter here for Myanmar, they are forced to disengage. So now, with the range of the Philippines, with the dive setup that they have, I feel like Myanmar has to use their range, their AoE, a little bit more to their advantage, because it seems like they are just more on the reactive side when it comes to the Philippines draft. But here comes the death bush from the side of the Philippines. Fortunately enough, Myanmar will be able to disengage from that. I actually thought that the Philippines will be able to get 1 or 2 pickoffs there, because that was absolutely deadly. That one bush could possibly set up like a Way of the Dragon, or perhaps even the Order of Brilliance could shred the heroes here of Myanmar to pieces. And speaking of, here comes the Lord Pit fight. Here comes Stockman once again. Toshi on point with the Order of Brilliance, as the Philippines look at how Kirk is able to zone out Myanmar here from further going in the Lord side, as Choco is safely trying to take this Lord for the Philippine side, and I believe this will definitely go to the Philippines. And speaking of Philippines and Myanmar, if you guys are watching right now, if you're rooting for the Philippines, if you're rooting for Myanmar, do let us know in the comment section, hashtag PHWin or hashtag Myanmar win. This is still the first game of the series, and Philippines looking to close it out in this 14 to 15 minute mark. Your thoughts, Ingan, so far?
You have to give a lot of credit to Kirk. That pick off against Benno there, despite 5 members of Myanmar actually supporting him, then zoning out the rest for an uncontested Luminous Lord take for the side of the Philippines. Although that was a good team effort, but I have to give all the credit, or most credit rather, to Kirk's glue. Picking off Benno, and of course zoning out the remaining members of Myanmar, as Myanmar will be forced to defend the base. The inhibitor tower will indeed fall down. Here comes the split once again, zoning out Benno and Black, as PS will try to burst out his Lord. But Kirk, on the other hand, has Black in his tail right now. Thorn Rose will be indeed casted, as Benno will try to defend this inhibitor tower. But look at the damage output coming from Choco and Toshi as well. Dogman trying to look for the Way of the Dragon against Myanmar, but decides to disengage as the defense of Myanmar reigns supreme. They did have the Luminous Lord. They did have 5 members. No casualties taken from both sides of the players right now. But what a good defense for the side of Myanmar, as they will now try to extend their map control and try to extend this game down to the late game, as they're still trying to get the red buff despite Dogman, Rage, and of course Kirk's early presence, early aggression here. They really want to bring this fight outside, not inside the base. Oh, Rage with the taunt there, recalling in front of 5 members of Myanmar. I believe that's just a friendly banter between both powerhouses, but we'll see who will win the final clash here between Philippines and Myanmar.
I'd just like to say also that the Philippines, if you take a look at the composition of Myanmar, they are so team fight centric. The Lolita and the Uranus to zone out the members here of the Philippines, and also Oh My Jenny with the glooms, with the bombs of the Lilia. These are heroes that have the range, and you also have the setup from Black. But the composition here of the Philippines is just countering all those heroes out. It's countering all those team fights. Why is that? Take a look at how Kirk is just doing the split, and then Dogman will go for the isolated targets. This is the key for the Philippines. They have been doing this consistently. Therefore, Myanmar can't seem to win all these clashes. They can't seem to win all these team fights. But speaking of, I feel like a team fight might just break out before this Lord take. They're just baiting out all the ultimates here. They're baiting. They're waiting for someone to make a mistake. But take a look at Toshi's damage as well onto Benno, forcing him to back away. And if you take a look at Benno's item, there is absolutely no magic defense here. There's only the Oracle. So every magic penetration item here of Toshi will really, really be difficult for Benno to handle. And there you go. The Uranus out of the picture as Philippines once again they have a solid hold of the Lord Pit as Myanmar. They are really, really struggling right now when it comes to the team fights, ironically.
Look at the concealed play countered again by Kirk's glue. Actually, for a time. Oh, Circling Eagle will connect against Black with the matching taunt here, but the Phantom Execution will be casted against Dogman. Dogman in trouble, but has that immortality right in the bag as the creeps will push here in the bottom lane. And as I was saying, Kirk for a while there casting split in between the 5 members of Myanmar 1-on-5, but Myanmar was on the full retreat. They respect Kirk's glue, and also they respect the reinforcements of the Philippines. For a time there, I was laughing because look at the audacity of this glue. Look at the audacity of Kirk just marching in all alone in between the 5 members of Myanmar as the Luminous Lord will charge along with Kirk. Kirk still being on the early aggression. Will go with the dragon hit. Yes, and
they go in. They go for the dive.
Gumi. They go in. Kirk and Rage still right there, but the defense coming from Myanmar, will they be able to sustain? Numinum Blast will be casted, but Lilia will go down and has some lookups as well. Oh, what a shutdown by Gumi against Toshi as they take down the Lord. Once again, Benno still here, trying to go here for the front lane. PS trying his best to micromatch, but certainly Eagle will connect against PS as Gomi still trying to burst down the remaining members of the Philippines as he takes down Rage there in the final clash. But will they be able to contain the onslaught of the Philippines? And as we saw there right now, what a good successful defense. 1 casualty for the side of Myanmar against 2 for the Philippines. They did lose all their inhibitor towers as well as dealt a good amount of damage for their base. But look at the charge from Myanmar. They know Toshi and Rage is gone. They know they don't have the damage dealers that they need, as Clint will destroy here the middle tier 2 lane. Look at the charge. Look at the aggression now of Myanmar. They defended it well. Now they deserve to go outside the base to enjoy the rest of the map and actually, start to gain control of the map here. Right now, good pick off against Rage, good pick off against Toshi. You have to give credit there for Gumi. Gumi's Clint was in a good position to dish out a lot of damage and not taking damage for himself. Of course, that was also credit to Benno's zoning capabilities as well as the Numinum Blast coming from Black, connecting against Kirk in the final clash.
Yeah, Philippines right now, they are having a difficult time closing this thing out. I mean, considering like what I mentioned that Myanmar Myanmar has this very team fight eccentric composition, and every time you have the Lord to your advantage, you have the Luminous Lord marching to the base of Myanmar, there is definitely going to be a team fight. And right after that team fight, it seems to favor Myanmar. Of course, they have Black here with the Numenon Blast. And if the Philippines does overextend, you can kind of see the power spike already of Gumi as well as Oh My Jenny. We've seen that earlier. Gumi securing in the Malefic Roar as well as the BOD in the nick of time to be able to pop that passive as well. But Kirk, of course, standing at a 209 is not going to be easy to actually take him down before you reach the damage dealers here of the Philippines. Circling Eagle by Rage here, and the Numenon Blast completely evaded right now as the Philippines will be able to escape that trap coming in from Malaysia, as they will now march with this Lord. 20 minutes is our timer right now, Engan, and this could possibly be the last clash for both teams.
Last clash indeed, but Myanmar successfully defending their base twice, but with the Luminous Lord here in the 21-minute mark, I don't think they have enough power, as Kirk again with a split, continuing to force his way back in the back line. Wave the Dragon will connect, as well as Toshi bursting down Uranus in the process. But the truncheon coming from PS, but PS will fall down in the hands of the Philippines. Gumi actually getting a solo kill, but Order of Brilliant coming from Toshi as he continues to burst out the rest of members of Myanmar as they take Game 1 in the bag. Philippines currently undefeated here in the group stages as they take down the runner-ups themselves. Myanmar will fall down in the hands of the Philippines.
Toshi, I mentioned that he is one of the players that can really dominate his lane with the marksman, but I completely forgot that Toshi can also rock heroes like the Alice and the Lunox, showing us, take a look at his KDA, 15-2-5, almost half of the kill scores is his in the Philippines. But I would also love to commend Rage and Dogman's rotations as well here. It was really impeccable coming in from the Philippines. They were able to give space to the side laners, to Toshi, to Kirk as well, to be able to win their lanes and therefore go in for the isolated team fights. That is really what Myanmar wanted, the team fights. But Philippines, they gave them team fights, but it was isolated team fights, care of Kirk as well as Dogman's way of the dragon. But Philippines ending this one in a 21-minute and 33-second match, ending this game with a 22-9 score up against Myanmar. A very dominating game. I'm sure all the fans of the Philippines have been waiting for this. They have been asking for the Philippines for the past 2 days, and here you have it, guys. The Philippines for their very first game, but we are going to be having one more series up against Myanmar, so hold on tight, don't go away, as we are going to be passing the mic back once again, Ingen, to Miss Aya as Maria.
Thank you so much, Ingan and BK, our shoutcasters from the Philippines, just bringing life to that live broadcast, dominating indeed as Philippines remain undefeated with the 5-0 since the beginning of the RAZER C Invitational. So far, the only region without any losses so far, and a 22-9 against Myanmar in game. But will they still continue on with that story, with that angle until the end of the night? We'll find out. But before anything else, you know those moments in esports when those highlights and game-changing plays excite you. Moments like this that you don't want to miss. Where everyone's just hyped up and just waiting for that win and that victory. Of course, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion with the RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless with 16.8 million colors by RAZER Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode. You can always imagine or have actually immersive yourself into the best esports experience that we all deserve, whether you're the one watching behind the screen or you're the one playing the game. And speaking of RAZER merchandise, we are giving away RAZER products as our token of thanks to you. All you gotta do is go to Team RAZER Facebook page, comment in one of our posts there, who do you think will win or come out as grand champions for the RAZER Invitational 2022, and you will get a chance to win some RAZER products. Thank you, RAZER, once again, for gamers and by gamers, and of course, sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation. Thank you for making this event happen. So let's wrap up game number 1 for the final series, but there is still game number 2. We are all excited and at the edge of our seat of what's gonna happen in the final game tonight. But before anything else, let's take a short break and we'll see you again back here in our live broadcast.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go,
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, go, go. Go, go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, go, go.
Make it clap. Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Philippines, it's 8:04 p.m. We're kind of doing this really quite faster than our previous games. So recap time, Malaysia versus Indonesia in our first series. Malaysia, Indonesia takes a 1-1, a stalemate in that match. And then we have Brunei versus Cambodia in the second series. Cambodia with a clean sweep right there, a 2-0 against Brunei. And now the previous or the recent match against Philippines and Myanmar, it was a 1 point for Philippines, and Myanmar still has to regain that win for game number 2. Yes, game number 2 for our final series. And things are going to unveil tonight. Let's see if again Philippines continues to be undefeated, or could they end in a stalemate and Myanmar shows a comeback here in our final match. Let's find out. So let's have our casters back in here. Inga Nation and BK, let's rock and roll.
Of course, Burger Kim and Ingen once again back-to-back action from the Philippines and Myanmar. And of course, we're here at your service as your shoutcasters, bringing you the action in the land of dawn. But here we are, heading on to the final match between these two teams, these two powerhouses, and of course the teams that our fans have been waiting for actually. So thank you so much, guys. We've already reached this point. This is not yet the end. By the way, this is not
Your
yet the
team
grand
is
finals. It
banning.
already feels like it, Inga. Let's go ahead and head on to the drafting phase. Myanmar and Philippines the second time around.
Yes, indeed. But for Myanmar fans, rather, don't you lose hope, as Vietnam proved that Titans can indeed be taken down. As you know, Myanmar, they are Titans themselves. So I believe, despite the first early game a while ago, I still think Myanmar has some tricks up their sleeves and will try to
Your
even
team
out the
is
series to
banning.
1-1 between the two powerhouses, Myanmar versus Philippines. Myanmar starting off the drafting phase, banning the glue of Kirk. What a respect
Yeah.
ban against that glue, despite you mentioning that glue was actually
Your
nerfed in the
team is
recent patch
banning.
a while ago at 4 p.m. Did you see the dominance of Kirk with that blue? I was actually laughing because the split against five members on Myanmar. Despite being alone, he was actually able to force out the five members of Myanmar to back away.
sneaky plays, and the taunts really worked this time. Myanmar was just saying, yeah, you can taunt all you want there, but the Philippines this time, really, you could have made this a better backdoor play, but sneaky plays, and the taunts really worked this time. Myanmar was just saying, yeah, you can taunt all you want there, but the Philippines this time, really, you could have made this a better backdoor play, but